this invitation. I am here to share my experience. Okay, so this is a very important topic. I think during the inauguration sessions, the chief guest, principal sir or trustee, all they have explained about the need of 4.0 and maybe the need of 5.0, right? So, my precisely the working area is cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is a critical aspect of 4.0 or 5.0, or in fact in 3.0 also. So, cybersecurity is always required in every aspect of 4.0. Why? So, that's the context I am trying to take over here. So, primarily we speak about the impacts and challenges. This is the first session, so I would like to set the context. Briefing, I mean, you all are aware about how the journey started, 3.0, 4.0, 5.0, how these revolutions are different in nature in terms of their deliverables, in terms of capabilities and the requirements. Okay, so coming back to the point, so this is the outline of your FDP. Industry about 4.0, 5.0, smart manufacturing and IoT, big data and analytics, data science and supply chain, cyber physical system, cyber security in industry 4.0, industry 5.0, human centric manufacturing, which is going to come as a part of 5.0, role of digital twin and virtual reality, future trends and challenges. This is just your reference point for all. Right, so before I start, so what do you understand by this slide? So while working on the functional deliverables of 4.0 or 5.0, you should be very, very cautious about the cyber risk associated with it, right? So today's world is all about technology, information technology, right? Similarly, in the industry 4.0, you will be touching to your operational technology, right? And almost the convergence of IT and OT is already done, right? So it is a very important thing. Whatever risk, whatever attacks, whatever issues applicable to IT may flow to OT also, and that will impact the entire the revolution. So how to protect? While while carrying out the various activities of 4.0 or 5.0, how we can build a risk management framework, how to build the cyber security for it. That is a very. So do you think cyber security is required for 4.0 and 5.0?
Yes.
It is required, right? So we will discuss what are the typical challenges. So looking at this slide, so first specific news talks about AI, right? As I said, to become a smart, we have to use multiple emerging technologies, right? To build a smart revolution, so we have to use multiple emerging technologies. One of them is AI. What else? IoT, okay.
AR/VR,
augmented reality, virtual reality,
AR/ML.
yeah.
AR/ML.
AI/ML, okay, that is what AI. What else? Robotics.
Cloud computing.
Cloud computing.
Data science.
Data science. So all that is required to build. So the revolution is completely based on the various emerging technologies, because you have to use the power of technology to build. There are two aspects to it. So initially we thought about taking the physical work from the human. Now your technology is taking mind power, and they will try to deliver the expectations without human mind basically. But is it possible without human being to do everything with AI? Is it possible? Don't you think human is also important integral part of the ecosystem? Like to do in the revolution 4.0, we try to take humans away from the industry. Again, we are trying to see that in 5.0 we are trying to bring human along with the machine. So machine human interactions, cobot kind of things going to happen in 5.0, which is very much true. Correct? we'll talk about this. This is risk is another important fact. So while using all the emerging technologies, we need to understand what are their implications. If you are using the AI for decision making, if you are using a data science for doing some analytics, right? How that will also lead to a wrong decision. So you are trying to make some decisions. You are trying to do some classifications. You are doing some predictive analysis and so on, right? So to do it accurately, your data should be proper. Your system should work safely in a secure manner. That is what I am trying. So first is data risk rise with AI. Here is what firms must do to protect people's data. So now here people's data, but the data is generated by your systems, right? We are trying to put the industrial systems. They are generating data. So PLCs are generating the data. So that PLCs are integrated with your IT networks. So that data is flowing to your infrastructure, IT infrastructure, whether on the on-premises or in the cloud. We'll touch base, how these are the different aspects. Then there is something called as a supply chain. It is similar to your supply chains, manufacturing side. People are focused on the targeted attacks. Today they are developing certain technologies, certain equipments that may create a problem in near future. It is a long vision. It is not that something today I will do, tomorrow something goes wrong. Nothing like it. So this last news, Israel-Hezbollah war. So you have recently seen that their walkie-talkies blasted together. How it happened? So this is where you should understand the supply chain and how the manufacturing, who is providing those equipments, whether those are coming from the right sources. So that also we need to understand. That is all about the supply chain. Okay, so there are many things similar to this. Now coming back to the major challenges. So these are the very common. I'm just trying to give some examples of it so that you'll understand. IT and OT. So do you think that the risk associated with IT is similar to OT, or there is some difference? Challenges are there. So it is similar kind of challenges or different? Different challenges. Okay. So what is the first topic is all about the convergence. It means that IT and OT is now integrated. So to give the power to your manufacturing unit, you have to do a lot of automation, right? As a part of 3.0, what we have done in 3.0, what was the context of 3.0? Automation. So we try to do some automations using robotics, using various tools and technology. We try to automate the manufacturing unit. As a part of 4.0, we started more focus on the digital transformation. So how to make it more reliable and smart with the help of emerging technology. So because of emerging technologies, the data, earlier the OT data was just sitting inside the OT network, in the manufacturing unit only. Let's say there are 5 manufacturing units, 6 manufacturing units, and they want to see the complete, the outcome of 5 plants at one place. How they will monitor? They have to push lot of data, right? So monitoring and control will happen from the centralized location. So to do that, what you need? You have to connect your OT network, your manufacturing plant to the IT network. Getting my point? I'm just trying to say that you have to connect your plants, all the automated systems, whatever data they are generating, that will come to a single point. Maybe that will travel over the internet to the cloud. Are you trying to understand? So there is a data flow from your OT to IT. So because of that, we have to take care of wherever there is a partition, we have to segregate these 2 points. So when data is flowing from OT network to IT network, you have to put certain firewalls, right? So that only authorized people can go in and out. Right? So what are all things we need to do? I'll just try to explain that. Second problem is legacy systems. The systems used in the operation technology, those are built by various manufacturing OEMs, right? They have their own way of working. It is not necessarily the IT technology which we are using for normal use will be directly integrated. So there are challenges integrating those legacy systems with the IT. So sometimes those systems are vulnerable to kind of attacks. For example, your monitoring system of SCADA is very old. It is a computerized system. It is built with the help of .NET technology or some other technology. And there are various issues in the system, and you want to connect this system with the IT network. What will happen? Integration is possible, but there are open issues for this old technology will not be taken care, right? The moment your systems are not patched against the issues, what will happen? That system will be vulnerable to the cyber attack. Get my point? That is the reason. So legacy system is the another channel in the operational technology. They work in a different way, and these legacy systems cannot be modified, upgraded, or just we cannot throw out. It may take some time, maybe 1 year down the line, 2 years down the line, you can do that. But it will take some amount of time. So till that time, you have to continuously monitoring, do the fencing required to protect that legacy system. You got the legacy system in the sense, I am trying to send the IT systems which are running in the OT environment. Okay. Third is lack of security, so that is everywhere. Right? The people working in the manufacturing unit, they are not very skilled resources. There is a shortage of skilled resources to do a skilled jobs. So training is the continuous training required, but still you will find the people working in the manufacturing unit, maybe the IT person who is working in the Infosys and the IT person working in the manufacturing unit, you will find some differences in their understanding and skills. People want to work in unit, they will not go to the manufacturing unit. They will, your manufacturing, the companies provide less salary. So the staff which is going there will be again having a lesser skills or not very experienced. They have to compromise with the skills and experience, hence the cheaper cost for the resources. So with that, what will happen? The lack of security expertise will create some caveats because they will not understand everything. Right? There are many issues. If I look at a system, so I will try to put my experience and skills to identify the various issues around it. The less skilled person goes there and check it, you will find couple of issues. So there might be some issues will be unaddressed, or he may miss certain things which will not be considered for the addressing. So lack of security expertise. IoT botnet and sir mention about it. Lot of systems are generating data. They either source. There should not be any direct connectivity with the internet. Right? From the manufacturing unit, any system which is generating the data should not have the direct connectivity to the internet. If it is happening, there is a risk. Right? So you try to channelize that through the OT network to IT network and then to the internet. Right? But sometimes there are newer systems, there are newer technologies, they directly go to the internet. So you have to keep monitoring that. There is a possibility of DDoS. What is DDoS? Denial of service attack. There is a possibility. The machine which is connected to the internet, and if that system has got any configurational issues or any malfunction, there is a possibility of denial. So IoT leads to a kind of botnet and kind of DDoS attack. So these are the threats. These are the challenges with your 4.0. Right? So we need to look at this. Another area is network architecture erosion. Right? So the architecture part of the OT and IT is completely different. Right? The WAN architecture, LAN architecture, MAN architecture. So all those kind of designs are different for IT and OT. So that will have to. There is a possibility of human errors. Right? So there is a possibility of human errors in the OT network. And the last point is regulatory compliance. So why regulatory compliance? While implementing these technologies. So what is the purpose of compliance? Compliance is required.
Whatever the method of some
Sorry?
additional actions to be give the reference.
Correct. So, but how it is linked to your smart automations or industry 4.0 or 5.0? Why regulators are looking? So, for example, you take an example of bank. Now, who is governing the banks? RBI. Who is governing the LIC, the insurance companies? IRDA. So, for the broking companies, there is SEBI. So, likewise, if you are using the smart technology, let's say you are using some automation in the factory. It means human, robotics, machines are working together. And there is a possibility of damage if you don't control or monitor this hardware properly. Right? So it means they have to comply to certain standards. So regulatory requirement is also required for the industry 4.0 and 5.0. This is one of the. So it is not possible. It is not very easy to put the compliance around the OT networks. It is difficult. That is what I am trying to say. And if take an example, have you heard about NIS standards, which is the European standard? European countries they follow the standard called Network and Information Security. So recently on 17 October 2024, there is a second version of NIS 2 as released. It is a mandate to the companies, organizations to have a better security controls around IT. It means they have to demonstrate that if they are connecting OT network with the IT network, they have to prove that there are certain controls are in place which will take care of security governance, security monitoring, and so on. Got it? So these are the typical challenges in the industry 4.0. Have you heard about stuckness? Stuckness is a kind of malware. Have you heard about this particular issue? It is linked to power plant. So there was a malware. So if you read this, probably you'll understand. So there is a USB drive. Somebody has put the USB drive in the computer system, which is that maybe this particular USB is carrying some malware. So this is why this is something linked to the operational technology. It's a power plant is controlled with lot of technology ecosystem. And if your IT is not segregated properly, it means there is a possibility of malwares or your malicious programs travel from IT to OT, and that will create a problem. Right? So stuckness is one of the issue happen in there is, I think I need to check the exact date, but in 2010, 2011 this issue happened. The entire power plant gone down, power generation plant, and almost 24 hours or 48 hours the major cities were there in dark. This is a big impact because if you don't control the communication between OT and IT, it will create a kind of problem. So this is a kind of cyber attack. It means malware is injected through USB in a system that travel to your power generation plant. It is the power generation plant, and it creates a complete impact to the multiple cities in the Iran. And we heard that it is not very proven. So there are. Have you heard about nation-state attacks? If I want to create a damage, I want to issue any kind of damage to any country. So there are multiple countries working around this. So next, the war will be around cyber war. So you agree with me? There is no need. You need not go to border and start fighting with the country. So people already, our country is also building almost cyber commandos of 3,000, 4,000. This is happening in the back. It's a large scale. So MH is working on that. So what is the purpose of that? Tomorrow, the manufacturing units, bigger organizations, they will be under attack. So how to protect them from the cyber espionage, right? So that is why these are the challenges we should look at. So whatever is applicable for IT and OT. So definitely the convergence of these two network create a problem. The big differences, I think you are already aware about it. So Industry 4.0 is focused on the connecting machines. Industry 5.0 is focusing on delivering customer experience. So typically you have to make these technologies more mature and emotional. So there will be emotional touch we are trying to add in the customer experience. Just robot building, what happens? So there are different classification of GenAI. Have you heard about GenAI? Right? You are already using the generative AI. So what is the purpose of GenAI? The chatbot or any kind of technology. There are multiple bots are there. ChatGPT, you heard about it, but similar to ChatGPT, So there are customized GPTs being created and used for multiple purpose. But there is purpose of the specific software is single or couple of, not more than that. If you want to go for multi-purpose, probably you have to go for more powerful algorithms and models, right? So there is something called as a AGI. We heard about GenAI. What is AGI? Artificial General Intelligence. It means that we are trying to build a machine which will be acting as a human being, right? Sometimes we react badly, sometimes we react positively, sometimes we react negatively, just depending upon the situation. So we are trying to bring in the emotional factor as a part of GenAI. So that is AGI, and there is something called as a super intelligence, artificial super intelligence, which is kind of, you must have seen the sci-fi movies, right? So you will find those kind of scenarios in the ASI. So GenAI, AGI, and ASI. So this is a complete trend for it. So second is the mass customization and hyper customization. So a lot of personalization we are trying to bring in for Industry 5.0. Third is intelligent supply chain, but in 5.0 we are putting more emphasis on responsive and distributed supply chain. Smart products, experience activated products, manpower distance from factories, and return of manpower to the. So these are the high level classification we find. So what are the three pillars for 5.0? That is people centric, because we are trying to bring the emotions, we are trying to see that your robots, your automated systems will work with the people, right? Second is sustainability, new skills for workers, circular processes to live a better world for future generations. So we talk about virtual reality, right? What is virtual reality? Any idea about virtual reality? You all are studying these topics more than me. So I want to understand what is your understanding about virtual reality?
Actually creating any scenario and working on that, or by using machines, creating the scenario and analyzing. That's what the virtual reality.
And augmented reality?
Only digital objects.
Yes, you are interacting with that virtual reality.
No, augmented reality is just for digital objects.
Digital objects. Sometimes we see that we create an image where you can see, in the video you can see one tiger is coming in the background. It gives a feeling that it's an augmented reality. And in case of virtual reality, it's completely the ecosystem is virtual, and you see things happening just like in the real time. So there is in the simplest way I can tell you that. So this is the evolution 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0. Here we can see a lot of things. So what is the issue with the digitization? The term called digital transformation, which is commonly used in the 4.0. Right? We are automating the processes. We are connecting your OT with the IT. We are developing a lot of applications for monitoring the operational technology. We are also monitoring the various machines with the parameters. We are reading the parameters. We are pushing all the data generated, parameter generation from the OT network to the cloud, and we are doing some sort of data analytics around it for the decision making process. So, what is the role of cloud in this entire process? Why cloud is crucial in the overall journey of 4.0 and 5.0 as well? Data, right? Data. Perfect. I'll explain. There are a couple of slides around the LLM. Another important what I was just trying to explain about the sustainability. So this is about the new skills. Now, to do the complex jobs in the industry, just like a robotics, our people, when I am putting a person with the robots, then the skill of the person who will be working with the robot should have a very detailed knowledge and experience in terms of tools and technology. Right? So nowadays, lot of virtual VR based automation trainings. Right? There is something called as a digital twin. Have you heard about digital twin? The same thing, right? we are creating a virtual, for example, a doctor is going to learn how to do the operation of hearts. So heart is not actually, we cannot offer her to do kind of tastings, right? So the VR will provide an ecosystem. So with the help of the lenses and the goggles, we can create a ecosystems, and the doctors will be trained to do kind of complex surgery. So they will learn lot of the smaller parts of the invisible parts of the heart with the help of this particular virtual reality. So that is something called as a digital twin. So creating a ecosystems where the specific actor can play a role of a person and they create the kind of outcome. So resilience is another being able to change quickly to stay ahead of the curve and adapt to the changing market dynamics. So resilience is what, that is where, let's say today we go for complete automation, robotics and human will be there to to run the factories. What will happen? So tomorrow anything goes wrong, there are issues like the stuckness and kind of manual equipment may enter into the industry and they will create a havoc. That will create a problem. But this will there are two ways you should look at. One is the human loss, another is the financial loss, third is the reputational. So in these scenarios you will find the human loss also, because the people will be going to work with the robots and the machinery, right? If your program is malfunctioned because of any kind of the malware injection, what will happen? There will be a loss to a human being. So hence it is little bit different than normal information technology infrastructure and the use cases, right? So cyber physical, cognitive system, green manufacturing, cultural collaboration and mass customization. These are the various areas the 5.0 will do. Maybe in the next 4-5 days you will find a lot of detailed sessions around it. I am just giving a touch base to the all areas.
Sir, what is the third pillar?
Which one?
Third pillar,
Resilience.
vigilance.
Resilience. So resilience is nothing but how we can. I'll explain in short what is resilience. Resilience is about how you are building the robustness within the system. How you can build a program which will take care of unknown scenarios also. Getting my point? For example, if your system is infected with the malware, what will happen? System will go down. So we are trying to build our applications and programs in such a way that they will tackle these scenarios and they will ensure the operational continuity of the system. So manufacturing will continue to run. I am just giving an example. So tomorrow, let's say any malware comes to your industry because of the OT issues or IT issues. Either way, your industry should continue to operate without any major impact. That is called as a resilience. So many examples linked to this. Industry 5.0 applications, disaster recovery management plan, smart education, we talk about the digital twin, supply chain management, smart hospitals, cloud environment, production management. So this is one important area. I think whatever 4.0 or 5.0 you could see today working just because of the technology, emerging technologies like cloud, right? Because if you want to deploy, so if you want to buy any hardware, let's say in the current scenario, how much time would require? At least 60 days to buy any server and set up something, to test any applications. It takes around 45 to 60 days. But in the cloud, in next 3 to 4 minutes you can see the server up and running. So that is the speed of operation. Second important aspect is the scalability. Getting my point? Scalability is very important. How you can increase the computing power. Let's say today you are running with 100 computers or the servers. You want to increase that capacity to 500 servers. It is very easier in the cloud. Scalability is one of the important factors. Getting my point? So in the cloud environments, there are different infrastructure as a service, software as a service, the platform as, these are the various ecosystems available in the cloud environment. So the industry 4.0 or industry 5.0, they are going to use a lot of storage for doing the data analytics. So data analytics is again possible because of cloud computing. Because in a cheaper rate, you can have more storage, more applications, more data storage, so that you can do a lot of, because data generated by operational technology is huge. Sensors are generating the data. For 1 second they are sending the 8 packets. The data is flowing to the cloud. And to do the analytics around the huge amount of data, we require powerful algorithms and programs. And to run those algorithms and programs on a huge data, you require the compute powers. And आपको सब ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा आपको servers, high capacity servers लगते हैं. So it is easier to make it available in the cloud, right? So data analytics is possible because of cloud computing. Now another area is your AI. AI is also working because a lot of input is required. It has to go through the training process and so on. So AI is also again heavily dependent on the cloud computing. That's all. Okay. So any questions around this? So cloud system is a critical sector. So you will find that the cloud is being used in the various industry domain, energy side, smart grid, water quality, smart offices, and so on. So you will find in the every aspect of the manufacturing domain you will find this. Hospital domain you will find this. A lot of operations are happening with the help of robots. Right? So robots are operated with a lot of software and programs. And that data is again collected and stored in the cloud. So I said about the requirement of regulations. Now let's take an example of hospitalization, automated hospitals. So a lot of private data you are capturing about the patients, right? So data privacy is going to be the important aspect in the industry 4.0 or 5.0. So regulation is required because tomorrow data collected, so operation data, let's say. So the entire images, entire videos, clips will be stored in the system. And if that data goes to cloud, who will take the assurance, who will give the assurance that data stored about the patients, data stored about the operations, video, audio, images, that will not be disclosed outside of the restricted people. So that is where the regulation is important. So data security and data privacy is going to play an important role in the 4.0 and 5.0. So we talk about artificial intelligence, right? AI, machine learning, deep learning. So AI is focused on a very specific task. Deep learning is again specific to a domain and specific to a use case, because I am saying that my machine learning is applicable to a hospital domain and it is up to the heart surgery. So I can design the program because that learning is important. So machine learning, deep learning, so these are the various aspects of AI. One slide. We talk about this types of artificial intelligence. So why I am trying to explain, I am just giving a touch to it because you should be well aware about the various types of artificial intelligence. We talk about GenAI, ASI, AGI. So these are the three categories. You can explore more. So you find it. So depending upon the capabilities, based on the functionalities, the AI is classified. So narrow AI is focused on a specific use case. General AI, again multiple cases, but again restricted to one domain. And super AI is something different.
So any example related to this thing?
GenAI, you are aware about that, right? GenAI.
When I say narrow AI and super AI.
So narrow AI is specific to a specific domain. One example of it. If multiple use cases, let's say take an example of banking, right? So in case of banking, general AI is used for classifying the transactions, fraud transactions. Right? It will only classify the fraud transactions related to UPI. So that is one example of narrow AI. So I am going for general AI, maybe fraud identification across multiple transactions, maybe a NEFT, maybe in case of RTGS or UPI. We will try to apply it, but again the context is same. Right? And super AI will be applicable. It can be applied to any domain or any subset. So it is coming up. I mean, it is evolving right now. So right now we are working on the narrow AI and the general AI. So AGI is one aspect of it. So these are the very important things. Why I am telling, because the entire general AI or your chat GPT is completely depend on data points. If data is manipulated, so these are the various cyber security risks related to LLM. Large language models. LLM stand for the models, which are the algorithms which are built in for doing certain the intelligent tasks. Getting my point? So these are the 10 points you must understand as a part of 4.0 and 5.0. So what is the first? Data poisoning. And my decision making is happening based on the data point. If somebody modifies that data, what is the risk? So there are two aspects. One aspect is, in case of IT, my more focus is on the confidentiality. Right? In case of IT, whatever data I am collecting, I will ensure that it will be only known to the authorized people. Right? So that is the point. But when it comes to operational technology, my focus is on availability. So availability of your systems to do certain jobs in the plant. So this is a basic difference between the IT security risk and the OT security risk. So here your focus should be on that, and all the data collected from various systems in the plant needs to be protected. So data poisoning, the data stored in the cloud, data stored in your systems needs to be protected with the help of various security controls. Okay? So data poisoning. Second is model inversion. What is the model inversion? Sensitive data can be reverse engineered from your model. It means that somebody takes hold of they don't know the actual model, who will do some predictive analysis. Right? Some predictive analysis. But they are aware about model. Some model you are being used. Outcome of the model is being used. So using that data point, they can build the replica of the model. So models are very copyright kind of thing. They don't disclose what logic they are using in the system, but they can rebuild the models if your data points are visible to the attackers. Then adversarial examples, model theft, data sanitizations, bias in the AI models, privacy violation is one of the areas I think we should ensure your model does not reveal sensitive information. Right? They can use the data, but they should not disclose the private information. Then overfitting, misuse of AI models, and lack of explainability. So these are the various aspects of LLM. So LLM is nothing but a large language model which is a part of generative AI. So if your system is using a single model, so this is something a narrow AI. If it is using multiple models, that is a part of easy AI. Right? So depending upon the type of models, if your application is capable to do multiple things, diversified things, probably is a ASI, right? So that is what we should look at. So these are the top 10 risks which is linked to the GenAI. Similarly, there are risks associated with the cloud. So I'm just trying to touch base the cyber security aspects, where and all you need to look at the cyber security part of it. Right? How to protect the OT networks? So any idea how to do that? What are so if you get an opportunity to protect your operational technology, I am saying industrial cyber security. How exactly, what is your understanding about industrial cyber security? Is operational network, your systems are doing some manufacturing activities, they are doing various activities they are supposed to do. Humans are there, robots are there, all processes are automated. They are generating a lot of data. So how you look at this entire ecosystem and how we can protect it from the anomalies?
Actually, by using CI parameters.
CI.
Yeah. This confidentiality, integrity, and based on the requirement, the availability is also matter.
Right. Obviously, availability of your entire plan is very important, and that's where you should focus on it, right?
So confidentiality bring like whomever need the access or whatever data they are collecting, they keep it in the secure way.
How? So my point is how.
By giving the limited access or by allowing the data to be by giving authentication or validation.
Perfect. So authentication is a very important aspect because any system which is deployed, is operational technology deployed in the OT network needs to be authorized and authenticated. And you have to apply the concept of zero trust. Right? Zero trust means trust but verify. So every time whenever that system is, so let's say periodically your system is sending data to the cloud. Right? So for an hour system is work, collected lot of parameter, data is stored in the local system, in the operational network, and that data has to go to cloud. So when that data has to go to cloud, then some sort of authentication has to happen. It is not like once is authorized or authenticated, there is no need of any further authentication. So it means whenever there is a data upload, data download, data exchange, then it has to be authorized, authenticated at the first place. So that is something called as a zero trust. Trust but verify. So every aspect in the 4.0 needs to be taken care in the form of zero trust. Whether system is talking to another system, a robot is talking to the human. So when human is trying to access certain parameters of the system, so that everything needs to be authenticated. Got my point? Right. So we talk about this, and this is something. This is a digital twin. We spoke about it. So one is the zero trust. What else? Authentication part. Yes.
There should be a validation as well.
Validation of
The, to whom I'm giving authentication to validate.
that is one aspect. Now second is when you are integrating your IT network and OT network, it has to go through the various types of network security firewalls. This is another. Who should talk to whom? You should clearly define X is talking to Y, X is talking to Z. So that should be clearly defined in the firewall. So firewall is a device which acts as a filter between OT network and IT. So firewall. Second is the IPS, intrusion detection systems, signature based or anomaly based kind of intrusion detection they can see. So whatever traffic is moving from device X to Y, so those two systems are authorized to speak to each other. It is going through the firewall. But sometimes your X is impacted with the malware. Let's say that behavior will be changed. Maybe he is trying to go somewhere else. He will try to connect Z and then from Z to, so that kind of communication needs to be monitored with the help of cyber security operations center. Whatever command center you will find in the industry, right, in the plant or in the centralized plant, they will keep monitoring the activity. So this needs to be traced and monitored so that the adequate actions can be taken. If you find some anomalies, let's say you find a communication, a normal time is normally, let's say 8 to 6, but sometimes in the midnight you saw the communication. So trigger has to. So firewall and kind of IPS devices probably used for one of the security control for protecting your IT and OT. Industrial, it's a part of industrial cybersecurity. What else? Just think about it because you are studying industry 4.0 and already a lot of exposure is there. I am just giving a cyber security perspective to it. Yeah. Any? Any other controls? So one is the firewall, network intrusion prevention system. We talk about zero trust architecture, always verify, authenticate before giving access, right? Data encryption, like you have to maintain the confidentiality of your data, right? So whenever you are storing the data at a local place or in the cloud, you have to ensure that data is encrypted. Encrypted is nothing but you are using private key, public key kind of infrastructure to encrypt the data. Despite of disclosure of this data, suppose somebody has seen the file but they cannot open it. Even they open it, they cannot see the real data. Right? But there is I mean, one more threat which is on the search, where we should be very cautious about even encryption also. Today we feel that I am accessing the net banking, I am accessing the HTTPS, and I am with the HTTPS as a communication parameter protocol, so we feel safe today, right? So you heard about the quantum safe. Similarly, it is also applicable to your IT/OT industrial cyber security also. We think that any channel which is encrypted is safe, right? Because no one can see apart from the source and destination, and only authorized people can see it and modify it, right? But quantum computing, you heard about quantum computing, right? So you all are professors, and you are teaching a lot of next generation subjects. So quantum computing is already on the search, where they are using tools and technology to break the encryption algorithm. Right? I mean, maybe hardly you'll see in a year's time, these all kind of encryption algorithms are broken. AES, whatever algorithms we are using, RSA, for hashing algorithms, AES 256 and all that. Because of that, the entire ecosystem, IT ecosystem or OT ecosystem communication is safe. But today, I mean not today, maybe near future, that day is not long, because lot of basis because of your AI. Right? The capability, we are trying to build the capability in the systems which can break your algorithms. The moment they break the algorithm, it means the logic built for encryption can be seen by others, and they will try to decrypt the data and see the data. There is one more trend happening in the so data. So we are talking about data analytics is one of the aspects which we are going to use in the industry 4.0 and 5.0. So a lot of data is being collected and protected at one place, and then that entire storage is encrypted with the various encryption and decryption. But today we feel that data is safe, but malicious users or the attackers, let's say, you have seen Stuxnet is one of the example I have shown. You can read it. It's a very interesting story. You will understand the impact of the not having proper cyber security that will create a real risk to your entire ecosystem. Right? Your bigger power plants can go down. Nuclear plant, that was a nuclear power plant gone down. Just imagine. Lot of the pipeline systems, centralized pipeline systems gone down in the US because of this. But the entire pipeline is a part of your operational technology, right? So they are using the pipelines, automated sensors to see the monitoring, and they try to misuse those sensors to give the wrong commands. What will happen? Right? The communication, the command and communication needs to be protected with the help of secure protocols. So quantum safe, now study has already started and the organizations are already adopting the quantum safe encryption algorithm. Similarly, those kind of quantum safe algorithms needs to be used in the OT network also. So tomorrow, kind of encryption, the current standard is broken, then probably you can safeguard your communications in after availability of quantum safe algorithms. Getting my point? So these are the key benefits. I think it is very much common. Adapted training for evolving skill, that's what skilling is one of the important aspects. Competitive industry by attracting best talent. So in OT network also we need the best talent, just like IT networks, right? And maybe they have to give proper salary structure, and that is what is required, right? So if compensation is not good, probably people will, less skilled people will go there. Right? So improve safety and well-being. So human safety is also taken care in this particular journey. Reduce cost due to resource efficiency. A lot of skilling is happening around the next generation technology, so that they can effectively use it and showcase the outcome. Empowered workers remaining in control. So I think these are the generic benefits of 5.0. So any questions around what you think, or any questions around the industrial cyber security or OT/IT security? So I will be happy to take up those questions. Yeah.
So how cyber security plays a role in AI?
Nothing is solo there. Why? Now tell me, very frankly, how many of you have worked in industry? I think only 2-3 examples are there. Anyone else who has worked in industry? Industry in the sense factory, huh? Industry could be there. Teaching is also nowadays industry. Not that industry, factory. Manufacturing factory. Anyone has worked? If you have not worked, how many of you have seen a manufacturing factory? No, but which factory?
Food factory.
Food processing?
Food processing factory or product making factory. It could be any product like using robots or human labor.
Any other example of having seen a factory? Automotive. Which plant? Nagpur. So they manufacture tractors there. It's a agree. Anything else which is made there?
Some diesel, but they didn't show that.
Huh?
They don't allow to go there.
Okay.
Some diesel components in
What is the size of the factory? Huge. In acres.
acres.
Anyone else who has seen the factory, visited the factory?
Fertilizer manufacturing.
Fertilizer manufacturing. Where?
I did internship in RCF, Bharaliba. It's my native place.
Which company you said? RCF. Acha. How long?
It is huge, sir.
No. How long was your duration of internship?
15 days.
Huh?
15 days. Because my background from computer, so for me it
Yeah,
was
fine.
for 15 days.
But anything remarkable you remember in that plant?
Compressors and
Compressor.
plant.
What do they make?
Well, the main product was fertilizer, byproducts.
What is the name of that fertilizer?
Urea
Correct. How much do they produce daily?
in metric ton.
How many? 1 metric ton is how many kilograms? एक मेट्रिक टन म्हणजे किती किलो? थाउजंड. बरोबर ना, तुमचा अनुभव माहिती जास्त आहे ना, असं काय लाजू नका अजिबात. And how many metric tons per day in RCF? Huh? 20 metric tons per minute. 20 metric tons. They are manufacturing 20 million tons per day. 20 million. 20 दशलक्ष. 2 कोटी टन रोज. It's a huge. That is very unique of her project. Any other factory? Okay. Now you have to think for some time. Think comprehensively, and then give the answer. How many computers do you possess as an individual? प्रश्न कळला? तुमच्या स्वतःकडे तुमचे किती कम्प्युटर? 4. How many? 3. 6. Still you have not counted full. Just please count full. I have asked how many computers do you have? I have not asked how many desktops. I have not asked how many laptops. I only ask how many computers. And computer in my language is the machine which computes. So how many computers do you have? Easy है? 4.
5, 5 to 6.
5 का 6. Now सांग.
Calculator, then home automation for 2 fans, then mobile phone, watch, and 2 laptops.
अरे 7 अक्षर असणार आहे.
Maybe more than 20. Roughly more than
20 पेक्षा जास्त असणारे कोण आहेत?
even fans have been automated, smart remote controlled fans
TV,
in all rooms,
हां.
lights are automatic.
smart TV,
More than 20.
washing machine.
Now again, there is a presumption that computer is only electronic and data is only 1 and 0. So let us modify the question. How many machines or equipments you have which compute data Now give me this answer. In your day-to-day life, at home, at workplace, how many equipment you have which process data? Data you are computing कितना हो गया 210 साल का एक्सपीरियंस है डेटा I should not define what is data.
मोबाइल फोन्स, डेस्कटॉप, स्मार्ट डिवाइसेस हो गए, अलेक्सा।
डेटा सिर्फ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक रहता है क्या?
नहीं,
Then
if our location is also on traveling data.
data is data.
Printer.
Washing machine.
So how many you have? हर घर में हाँ? अरे you are not applying yourself to the real life. I think there is majority of women. Not a single day will happen where you don't switch on a cooking stove. So how does a cooking stove knows which burner is required? Smaller or larger? Sim low or sim more? Is this not a data? Huh? Whether your day goes without touching mixer grinder, which speed, low, medium, high, wet grinding, dry grinding, small bowl, bigger bowl, is it not data? सब समझता है ना उसको? ब्लेड कौन सा लगाया है? कपल हुआ कि नहीं? बर्तन लॉक हुआ कि नहीं? उसके बगैर चलता है क्या? डेटा है या नहीं है? हाँ? है। रेफ्रिजरेटर डेटा है या नहीं है? हाँ? हॉट वाटर सिस्टम डेटा है? राइडिंग व्हीकल मे बी 4-wheeler 2-wheeler डेटा है या नहीं? So in short, every equipment which functions needs data as input. Either the decision is pre-loaded or prescribed or limited. For example, earlier fan was having only 4 or 5 speeds. Now fan can come into any speed. You can range from 0 to max anywhere. But so data processing is happening. We don't know. What is the drawback of all these systems?
They cannot work on their own.
No, they don't talk to each other. एकला चलो रे है, मेरे को बोला है 20 डिग्री चाहिए अंदर, मेरे को बोला है 4 डिग्री सही चाहिए फ्रीजर में, मैं करूँगा, बराबर है? मेरे को बोला है 1 पे रखा तो स्लो घूमो, मेरे को बोला है 2 पे रखा तो थोड़ा ज़्यादा घूमो, मिक्सर बोलते हैं। So it's a pre-programmed with limited options. It is not programmed to having maximum variables. Variables are less, output is also limited. Now you have done internship in computers. What have you seen in digital in RCF?
Sorry, ERP system was there to control
And
temperature control, maybe the flow.
ERP and temperature and flow, what is the connection? Not seen. Have you gone to the control room? What happens there? Okay. Now, how old is your smartwatch? 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years? Maybe at the most 6-7 years. Prior to that, whether you were having a wristwatch?
Yes.
Huh?
Wristwatch but not smartwatch.
Ah. Come on, what is the difference? The earlier wristwatch and smartwatch, what is the difference?
Earlier wristwatch was एकला चलो.
Huh?
Earlier wristwatch was alone. Standalone.
Standalone.
Time only for time direction.
Communicating only in a standard format. No other mode of communication. उसको ग्रे कोड पता नहीं है और कौन सा रहता है मोर्स कोड पता नहीं है, कुछ कोड ही पता नहीं है, उसको सिर्फ एंगल मालूम है। स्मार्ट वॉच में क्या आ गया?
Input basically.
एंड
Processing.
स्मार्ट वॉच ये भी करता है, अरे उठो काम पे जाना है। स्मार्ट वॉच ये भी बोलता है ज़्यादा हो गया बोलता है ना। सो you have not said anyone has not said variable. Smart watch is one of the variable. Any other variables you know? कंप्यूटर में सब कंप्यूटर पढ़ाते वेरिएबल मालूम होना चाहिए ना।
Mobile.
हाँ?
Mobile.
वेरिएबल मीन्स पहनना और छोड़ देना, वो उसका काम करते रहेगा।
Is a ring.
हाँ, डिजिटल रिंग
Digital ring.
एंड
Sir, for that,
स्पेक्स एंड वेरिएबल में ईयरफोन भी आएंगे ना, हेडफोन और क्या है?
AR/VR headsets.
हाँ, yes.
अभी डिलीट की जरूरत नहीं पड़ने वाली, कोई तो कोई कर लो, कोई समझ डूइंग वर्क इन एआर, इंटरेस्टेड इन एआर, कौन है? हाँ, these things are there. What is a change in the life? Life में change क्या हो?
Convenience.
Convenience and comfort. and
Time saving.
in context of
Fast access.
for example, if we take virtual VR, कौन सा भी मूवी देखना है थिएटर में जाने की जरूरत नहीं, सिर्फ उसको बोलो ये देखना है, चलो जाएगा, टाइम सेव हो गया एंड
मनी से
एक्स्ट्रा मनी रहता है।
नहीं, टाइम सेव हो गया तो मनी भी सेव होगा।
नॉट नेसेसरी.
हुआ ना?
No, in fact, if you save time, you end up in spending more money. आप सब बम्बई वाले हैं ना, स्लो ट्रेन के टिकट और फास्ट ट्रेन के टिकट फर्क है ना?
नहीं नहीं, फर्स्ट क्लास एंड स्लो एंड एसी फर्क.
टाइम बचाने तो पैसा देना पड़ता है.
हेडसेट ले लिए तो फिर यहाँ से कंप्यूट करके थिएटर जाओ।
बोरीवली से अगर चर्चगेट जाना है, लोकल ट्रेन से गए तो कितना टिकट है? और एक्सप्रेस से गए तो कितना टिकट है ना? और वही अगर एयर टैक्सी से गए तो और ज़्यादा पैसा लगेगा ना. टाइम सेव हो गया तो पैसा ज़्यादा है.
सर एयर वियर हेडसेट
If you deploy it in a smarter way, then only money will get saved. बराबर है? So ये सब why we are discussing all these things? Because smart factory needs all such things. Whatever we buy today, especially product, always there is a pattern, price goes on increasing, but afterwards it also starts coming down. Why?
Demand supply है.
Huh?
Demand supply है.
No, let us not go into the economics. Let us say all other external factors are same, still the price comes down. Why?
Multiple products are available. Same multiple
Competition.
competition.
And because of competition, what happens?
Because of competition, they find
Uniqueness.
Huh?
low cost product to be
Ah.
developed.
Why? Why low cost? You said competition. Because of competition, you need to have pressure on cost, na?
Yes.
So cost, to save cost, you need technology. Unless technology is adequately used, you will not be able to achieve cost. If you have to reduce cycle time, you have to invest into a costly equipment. Then you have to produce more and sell more. Okay. Anyone else having any idea about what happens in a factory? Factory में क्या होता है? Because if we don't know how a factory functions, it will be very difficult for you to understand what I am going to share with you. It is all about manufacturing. फैक्ट्री में क्या होता है?
Production, working,
हाँ,
मास प्रोडक्शन।
काहे का प्रोडक्शन होता है?
water.
So manufacturing means it is primarily whether it is finished or semi-finished, but manufacturing of goods, atoms, whether it is bread or whether it is a gear, कुछ ना कुछ बनता है in physical form. Okay, तो physical form है, तो physical form को dimension भी रहता है. So one of the prime importance of quality of that particular product is dimension. If bread बनाना है, तो bread का weight और size दोनों आना चाहिए. सिर्फ dimension बोलते size आगे चलेगा क्या? Weight भी चाहिए. Okay. So in factory, you need to have systems to manage all such requirements of a product. And all these systems since years, let us say more than 150 years, are there. But they were ekla chalo, standalone. Now they all are interdependent as well as integrated. Are you aware when the factory revolution started? First industrial revolution? कब चालू हुआ?
70s.
हाँ?
70s. Yeah, 17th century.
17th century या 18th century?
18th century.
हाँ. हाँ? 17 कुठ म्हटलं?
From the year 1760,
हाँ.
first industry.
What happened in 1768?
Started with the
Steam engine.
steam.
Engineering mechanization. Prior was there was no industry. Was there no smithy? No लोहार काम सुतार काम? हाँ ना, इंडस्ट्री थी ना, वेपन्स बनते थे ना, काम होते थे. तो पर से manufacturing was there, industry was not there. Industry means structured manner of manufacturing. Okay, so these are the things you should keep in mind, that what is the difference. Manufacturing तो पहले भी होता था, बट अगर मेरा बिजनेस था मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का तो मैं नए तरीके से करता था. स्टैंडर्ड्स कुछ भी नहीं थे, मुझे करना है कर लिया, नहीं करना है नहीं किया. डिपेंड्स ऑन द मूड, डिपेंड्स ऑन माय ओन स्किल्स, डिपेंड्स ऑन माय ओन माइंडसेट. आई मे से आई एम द बेस्ट, इससे बेहतर कोई बना नहीं सकता है. इट मे बी ट्रू, इट मे नॉट बी ट्रू, बट आफ्टर industry per se started coming, factory per se started coming, there is some structure, some format started coming in. Okay.
Sir.
Light changer है का? वो full screen करो नहीं क्या? नहीं तिथे नाही, याच्यामध्ये जाऊ लागेल तुम्हाला. तुम्ही याच्यामध्ये उघडलं तर
PDF नाही.
नाही PDF तुम्ही इंटरनेट एक्सप्लोररमध्ये उघडलं ना?
हो.
नाही PDF
ॲडॉब मध्ये ओपन करा ना.
हां ॲडॉबमध्ये ओपन करा.
राईट क्लिक करून.
ओपन विथ ॲडॉब. आता झूममध्ये फुल स्क्रीन करा.
बाजूला आहे.
व्ह्यू फुल स्क्रीन. किती आहे? हां व्ह्यू मध्ये बघा ना, हा 2-3 का चौथा आहे. खाली अजून जा खाली. अजून खाली आहे. हां आलं. या कामाचे रोज मी 100 रुपये घेतो. किती घेतो?
100.
कोणाला कुठची अडचण आली, ती अडचण जर दूर करायची असेल, जी मला माहिती आहे, ते जर मी ज्ञान कोणाला दिलं तर त्याचे आम्ही 100 रुपये घेतो. आणि मला सांगायला लाज वाटत नाही, बरेचदा मला पण 100 रुपये द्यावे लागतात. ओके, हे 100 रुपये कॅश नसतात, त्यामुळे घाबरू नका. हे नोशनल असतात. आमच्या इन्स्टिट्यूटमध्ये आतापर्यंत साधारणतः 47-48 हजार रुपये जमलेले. भागिले 100 केले, तितक्या अडचणी आम्ही एकमेकांच्या दूर केलेल्या. ओके, एक पेज खाली. मी एक इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स इंजिनियर आहे. मी जवळजवळ 17-18 वर्ष इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स इन्स्ट्रुमेंटेशन, CNC डेटा एक्विजिशन, टेस्ट इक्विपमेंट डिझाईन, टेस्ट इक्विपमेंट व्हॅलिडेशन अशा गोष्टींमध्ये काम केलं. हे करता करता मी अनेक सेंट्रलाइज्ड कम्प्युटर सिस्टीम पण बनवतो. त्याला ERP म्हणा किंवा वर्कफ्लो मॅनेजमेंट म्हणा और इवन कॅलिब्रेशन सिस्टीम म्हणा. Then I did 1 year full residential training in Central Level Institute, Science on occupational health and safety, and was driving environment management, occupational health and safety, fire prevention, emergency preparedness, and occupational health for the company for 5 years. Then I moved to business management, strategy development, and business excellence. Hope you have heard about Confederation of Indian Industry. So I am a empaneled, qualified, certified assessor for business excellence for CII, as well as I am assessor for human resource excellence, customer centricity excellence, etc. Since 2010, I have done assessments of small and large companies, more than 100 companies in India. Okay. I am also associated with TCS Foundation, a CSR initiative of TCS in Nashik, which is called Digital Impact Square, and I am an innovation coach there. I am also was chairman of Computer Society of India for region Nashik, covering 5 districts in year 2018. Now, I just wanted to ask, it is not because it has happened with me, what do you find in my journey? Forget my name here. A professional, educated in electronics and doing things what I have explained, what have you observed? What is your observation? Huh? तो क्या उम्र होती है तो बहुत छोड़ो.
You have a
Diverse experience and
Practical knowledge.
practical knowledge.
Connecting academic to industry and practical project working.
And what do you find in this journey? Forget the name. What is that you get? Do you get any clue?
Skill with updated technology. Skill with updated technology.
Okay. Anything else?
Skill based learning.
Huh?
Every time new innovation, new learning.
Little bit closer. But please do not get glued, attached, attracted to one field. Whatever life provides you as an opportunity, explore. It may be good for you, it may not be so good for you. But ultimately, it will develop you as a person. Okay? And development is never any corner of the world, development is never negative. Development is always positive. Okay. So next. Whiteboard में आने वाला है. I want you to write the most strong question about smart factory or industry 4.0 here. I don't want 50 questions. Even if 5 questions are there are good. I give you all 10 minutes. You maksha slide laza. See, this is also an activity. This is also an observation. Please make 5 groups amongst you. You define whom will come together. Whether you are satisfied with 5 groups, I don't know.
Sir, we are teams.
I have not said 5 equal groups. I have said just 5 groups. That is why I am really worried. Being a computer professionals, you are not listening the instruction completely. So you jump to throw result. So you decide which 5 groups important. All the 5 groups must have one leader. And whatever you discuss, what you want to know from me or from Smart Factory, one group has to give me one question. Okay? It is the responsibility of 5 leaders to come together and make 5 separate questions. Otherwise, everyone will say, what is Industry 4.0? What is Industry 4.0? That will not work. So, what is the task? Sequential programming language. Number 1, make 5 groups. Hash. Group could be of any size. Number 2, every group must have leader. And there is no gender of a leader. Leader is always a leader. I am not saying किसी ने leader चुनो और किसी ने leader ही चुनो, ऐसा बोला नहीं है. And third, there should be 5 distinct inquiries coming to me, and it is the responsibility of 5 leaders. चलो, कितना बजा? टाइम कितना हुआ?
2:47.
2:40 ना? You have got a time till 2:50.
50 already.
2:47.
Or
Already 2:47.
so 2:55, and if the question doesn't come, means listen carefully. There is a rider. If not a single question comes, I am just going to walk out. Start. If it is now 2:45, at 2:47. In 2 minutes, I want 5 team names and leader names. And 5 teams should sit in 5 groups. Fast, quick. The processor of this particular activity is supercomputer. Running on 500 gigahertz system. Chalo, fast.
We got to interact with different people, and we exchange the questions which try to cover up the maximum area of what we're looking for or what we have planned.
प्रश्न काय मराठी झालं हो प्रश्न काय विचारला होता व्हॉट इज युअर एक्सपिरियन्स प्रश्न हा नव्हता विचारला व्हॉट हॅपन आर यू गेटिंग इट why this exercise is happening because this is a need of 21st century. Vocabulary not just of things we do, but being an active listener is also important. You will always find you are trying to push a very important topic to students, but they are not focusing. Why? There will be many reasons. But do we address this point? We don't address this point. Because if we don't address this point, they will not come up what difficulties they are having. Now, 5 team members has to give me what is your experience of this team leaders meeting.
So my experience was that I came across leaders having a common goal.
My experience was like everyone are thinking same, like we have to
Same.
cover all their fields.
My experience was that initially we were confused, but we were trying to come at one particular goal.
My experience was everyone is thinking differently, but the final goal is same. What is the impact of means manufacturing on human life, environment? Everything is thinking same.
The experience was we were most towards the target point. The discussion was the target point.
Okay. So first of all, thank you for sharing your experience. Now, who initiated the dialogue?
I guess sir initiated.
Huh? And what was the first thing that you spoke?
I said, I asked everyone, what is your question? So we can go one by one and we'll see the questions supposed to be not repeated.
It was a very good initiative on your part. But in the first beginning, have you taken their permission? So shall I start first? Okay.
Just rush around because again the time.
I had not specified. Have I specified any time? As a team of 5, how much have you spent time in understanding a team member?
Since morning we are in here, so we already understand each other because in the morning we give an individual introduction part. So due to that we are almost know 5 to 10% about them.
That is static and formal data. You had an opportunity. There are so many people who are interested in data mining. Have you mined some data when you were together? No. Have you made any attempt to know more about a teammate?
No.
Yes, sir.
What?
So I took permission from my team members whether I can go.
I'm talking about this point.
Leader.
And whatever I am asking you this as, see, you are leaders. That's why I am asking you. Have you done the same thing in your team? I know these teams, how they are formed.
Last
They are not formed by applying something. They are just formed कि अरे एक दूसरे के साथ साथ बैठे हैं, एक ही कॉलेज के हैं, चलो ये कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. So there was an avoidance of conflict, which is not good. If you want to bring something valuable, you have to embrace conflict. बरोबर आहे? See, please don't laugh at them. Actually, they are courageous to be there. Please understand. But whatever we are touching upon, is it an input for you? Is it going to help you? Okay. Now you decide. There are 5 teams name written. There is one para left for questions. Right, 5 questions. You have to decide who will go first, who will go second, and none of the teams has given name to their team.
Sir, can I ask a team member your name?
और बड़ा दे लंबे लिखो
सर रवींद्र सर एक मिनिट तिथे फोटो काढायचा लॅबचा
लॅबमधले काढायचे
लॅब 4चा रिकाम्या लॅबचा फोटो काढायचा
मी काढून देतो.
मैंने पिक किया सर, it was restricted.
No, I did not restrict. I was trying to.
Very simple form, very simple, very cost effective, absolutely no cost, but a very effective celebration. Just clap for them. Manya, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All 5 questions I have read while they were being written. So, what I had planned, what is Industry 4.0? Why there is a need for Industry 4.0? Probably you are more aware than me what is cloud and cloud computing. So those things which you know, I will not dwell on it. Let us not spend time on that, if you know it. IoT probably you all know, but still in this context we should understand why there is the importance of IoT. Then there are certain examples of smart factory. That's why there is manufacturing execution system I have written. Then AR, VR you know, big data you know, AI, ML, and case study. Okay. Someone said 1768, na? So that is right, because it was just a mechanization. There was something used to generate energy steam engine we said, and because of that some rotations could happen for a larger power. It was not that the rotation was not earlier available, rotation was available, but power was not available. With steam engine, it was also coupled with lot of energy. That energy was used to drive certain mechanisms and get the work done. Then came electrification. Steam engine also coupled with electromagnetic things started generating electricity. Electricity was quite convenient, safe, easy to use, transmit. So it became very rapidly popular. The next generation of industry was mainly using electricity, and everything got centered into that magnetic and electromagnetic thing. Many more applications were based on motors. Okay. Then came electronics, and though it is written digitalization, primarily we will say it is very difficult to isolate between digitalization and electronics. Electronics gave boost to do things in a compact manner, easy manner, clean manner, less sound because motor was always making noise. Then the controls came for existing machines, like motor is basically a machine. We call it an electric machine. So many controls came to optimize the performance of the motor. However, it was all limited to non-standard with some guidelines. If I had to make to control motor, I was free to define my own things. I was free to define my own components, and it was my way of controlling the motor. If I wanted to make a temperature controller, it was my way of controlling or manufacturing the temperature controller or designing a temperature controller. There were no much of a standard procedures equipments to optimize the performance as well as physical existence. And then came internet, and the difference between, we also saw with the example of a wristwatch, that it started communicating, talking, and in every communication there is not a single way communication, it is always a two-way communication. If I give a message, at least whether the message has reached, that much of a written communication is required. Further, whether it is understood, not understood, please send me again, etc., 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 that is part of the communication. But when the devices started communicating, in every communication protocol, there was one minimum thing, that there was an acknowledgement of message received or communication received. With that, then the technology started going more and more, that such acknowledgements were also processed, and active bidirectional communication started from the device to controller and the controller to device. Then the device also started becoming in the sensor. The sensors were started talking. Sensors were also integrated or implanted with small processors or small communication designs or chips. All these made the manufacturing not just easy, but it also made manufacturing quite complicated, because lot of dependency was there on communication of sensor to controller, controller to sensor, and though electronics had matured, communication protocols were available in abundance. So there was a free selection of communication protocols. Someone was using what you say, very basic serial port communication. Again, in serial port, there is a choice of RS-232 or any other. And there was also parallel communication. There was wired, unwired, complex things were there available, and the choice was with the manufacturer what the manufacturer choose to integrate into the device. And those were the days where controllers were made more comprehensive to accept those protocols in the of communication, and such configurations were available in the controller. But what exactly happened in fourth generation of industry? Yes, that all such things, when communication became quite easy for global communication, then a thing also came. Controller could be 1,000 miles away and sensor could be 1,000 miles away. So both were interacting with each other. That sort of a ease came into manufacturing. Typically, if a furnace is to be controlled at some particular temperature, earlier there was a man standing in front of the furnace looking at the temperature indicator, and if temperature is reaching to the set point, he was switching off. That is mechanization. But now, temperature can be automatically switched off. Probably thermostat came, which is part of the all thermal and cooling devices. Then came a data or digital aspect of sensor. So, thermostat was communicating to the controller in digital aspect. Digits were seen on the displays, and we all said, no, this is all high-tech, digital, etc. However, the principle, someone here said, someone is interested in analog communication. Okay. Analog communication. Someone has your topic. So, whether thermostat was earlier communicating or not, it was communicating. But that was analog communication. A simple signal. Now it's digital because digital has become more convenient, standard, easy to process, etc. 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 So this is industry 4.0. But what happened? Because of deployment of so many sensors and generation of data, quickly industry understood that data just cannot be captured. Data has to be also analyzed and used into decision support system. And that's what 5.0 is. 5.0 is actually not a next generation. It is exploration of 4.0 as far as data analytics is concerned for decision making. Okay.
आपको अलाउ करना है टीम में आपको अलाउ करना है
ऑल और फैकल्टी अगले क्वेश्चन है यू हैव टू आंसर इन वन वर्ड एवरीवन हैज टू आंसर you have full freedom to answer in one word. You all have been provided adequate amount of money or fund to buy a good mobile phone. Okay? Answer has to be only in one word. Any answer more than a word is disqualified. What will you choose in the phone? On which ground you will choose a phone? One word. That is too large. One thing, one word. Money.
Company.
Company.
Wait.
Wait.
Since adequate money is provided, I go for wireless technology.
Wireless.
Specification.
Too large.
Camera.
Camera. Very good.
Time saving.
Time saving. Reviews. Compactness. Memory. Battery.
Camera.
Camera.
Processor.
Processor. Technology.
Configuration.
Configuration. Nothing. Google. Money. Camera. Point number 2. Everyone has his own requirement. Okay. Now, this comes as an input to me as a manufacturer, and I put best of the best camera into phone. By the time I design that particular thing, start manufacturing, a new generation of youngsters come, they want Wi-Fi. In my phone, I have not given adequate weightage to Wi-Fi or wireless. Volatile market. What is point 3? Point 3 where? Means what? We all have become 5-year kids. आता पाहिजे मला आत्ताच ते मला माहित नाही आत्ता पाहिजे बरोबर we are not even thinking how long it is going to really take from anywhere to deliver to home. But we want it as per our expectation. अरे एक मोबाइल भेजो रे हाँ 2 दिन लगे पागल है क्या 2 दिन लगता है क्या 5 मिनट में आता है ज़्यादा उसका धंधा बंद हो गया क्योंकि कोई ना कोई तो है 5 मिनट में देने वाला सोशल बिहेवियर क्योंकि अब मीडिया पे मिलता है ना तो शॉप ये ना 3 दिन लग जाता है तो शॉप भी है ना 5 सेकंड भी नहीं आप बोलो तो आ जाता है कहाँ जाएंगे आप उसके पास क्योंकि सोशल सच है नहीं गलत है सही है वो नहीं देखेंगे सोशल मीडिया पे बोला है इंस्टाग्राम पे आया है तो होगा ही इतना बिलीव करते हैं ना इन्होंने तो ले लिया कल लिया था आपको आज चाहिए आपको आज समझे नया मॉडल आया है आपने नया ले लिया इनका क्या हो गया पैसा उतने खर्चे किया मेरा तो ऑडिट हो गया है रिड्यूस साइकिल टाइम so reduce life product life this creates lot of challenges to align the entire manufacturing process for the new future कहाँ से खरीदा ऑनलाइन कौन से एजेंसी के थ्रू खरीदा अमेज़न ने जो मैसेज दिया आपको कौन से दुकान का नाम दिया अमेज़न खुद तो कुछ है नहीं कहाँ से आया समवेयर और फोन को कुछ प्रॉब्लम आ गया अमेज़न सुनता है आपका दुकानदार सुनता है कौन सुनता है उधर कुछ टेलीकॉलर चालू रहता है आई एम बिजी बाद में फोन कर लेकिन 24/7 कभी भी फोन कर सकते हैं वो फीचर रखा है उसने वहाँ क्या बोर्ड रखा है या कोई एआई रखा है पता नहीं लेकिन रखा है कोई क्योंकि अगर वो नहीं है तो फोन खरीदेंगे नहीं बराबर है ना लास्ट डिसरप्टिव का मतलब किसको पता है व्हाट इज डिसरप्टिव हे मराठी माध्यमाची मुलं आहेत. इंग्रजी माध्यमाचं कोण नाही? हां इंग्लिश मिडियममध्ये कोण शिकलं? हां सांगा डिस्टर्बिंगचा अर्थ सांगा.
It's disturbing, sir.
हां
Disturbing or derailing from the motor.
बरोबर आहे का उत्तर?
Yes, sir.
मी ऑलरेडी 100 रुपये कमवलेले होते. डिस्ट्रप्शन म्हणजे काय? इट इज वेरी क्लोज टू डिस्टर्ब. जो स्मूथ चल रहा है उसको डिस्टर्ब करने वाली चीज, लेकिन तहलका मचा देने वाली चीज है. पहले अच्छा था ना, बीएसएनएल को अप्लाई करो, फिर वो फोन नंबर देगा, फिर आपके घर में वायर बनाएगा, फिर फोन जोड़ेगा, फिर आप नंबर लेंगे, फिर 10 लोगों को मेरे घर फोन आया. अभी ऐसा होता है क्या? पहले एक घर में एक फोन था, 4 मस्जिद घर हो फिर भी एक ही फोन था. अभी हर आदमी के पास 4 फोन. हाँ किसी ने 22 कंप्यूटर उनके पास. कौन था 22 कंप्यूटर वाला? हाँ बघा, डिवाइस में कंप्यूटिंग डिवाइस. इन द सेंस things have changed. This is a disrupting market. In another point, Swiggy Zomato पहले था क्या? हो गया ना चौपट? किसके चौपट हो गए? So that is called disruption. ओला उबर के पास एक भी गाड़ी नहीं है, लेकिन सबसे बड़ा धंधा उनका है. अमेजोन कुछ भी प्रोड्यूस नहीं करता है, सबसे ज़्यादा बेचता अमेजोन. ओके, so that is called disruption. Okay. अभी ये 3 वर्ड्स जो अभी अंग्रेजी मीडियम वाले उनको बहुत लोड है. What is enabler?
Activating something.
The one who enables something or drives it.
Drives and
Make pave a way for something.
और कोई enabler का मतलब बताने वाला?
Activating something.
हाँ? Activating. और कोई?
Service provider.
Enabler.
Put into effect.
Hmm?
Someone who puts into effect.
No.
Initiate.
Complete the process.
Why we produce better goods? Because customer wants better goods. Actually, who is enabler? Customer enables us to think to produce better. Management enables the factory to do it better, cost effective, etc. 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 कितना मिनट लेट हो गया?
15 minutes.
कितने लोग हैं?
क्या देना?
दिस इज द प्रॉब्लम. प्रोग्राम क्या चल रहा है, रिजल्ट आउटपुट क्या चाहिए, उसके ऊपर ध्यान ही नहीं देते कंप्यूटर के लोग. There is a resolution passed. You have to pay everyone.
Yes.
1,000 rupees.
Done, sir.
So enabler means creating conducive environment. Okay. बीच में क्या है? Enabler. फिर enabler अगर conducive करता है तो ड्राइवर कौन है?
कस्टमर रिक्वायरमेंट लेके मैन्युफैक्चर करते हैं.
Customer requirement becomes a driver because there is a need. We see there is a market. Okay. And last, why vision is written last? आज कस्टमर ने बोला अगर कि मुझे ये चाहिए, ऐसा ऐसा चाहिए, तुरंत बना सकते क्या? टाइम लगता है। क्यों टाइम लगता है? बिकॉज द enablers has to think how and when to enable. After enabling, it will also take time for result to come. But where to enable? क्या करना है? नहीं, इंडस्ट्री 4.0 लाके मुझे पर पीस 1 रुपया बचाने का है। कब तक बचाऊंगा? मैं आगे 5 साल में अचीव करूंगा। तो ये साल कितना बचाओगे? 20 पैसा तो बचाऊंगा। Unless and until there is a vision of saving 1 rupee in product, this year I will not be able to save 20 paisa. So all such things has to fall to achieve that vision. That's why. And what are the enablers? Can someone read?
Cloud communication platforms, 3D printing, augmentation reality, sensors, MES, AI and robotics, data analytics, IoT.
इसमें से क्या नहीं समझता है आपको? सब कुछ समझता है।
MES का
क्लास में बैठते हैं ना, अगर स्टूडेंट ने आपने जो पढ़ाया हुआ है वो फिर से पूछा तो क्या करते हैं आप?
बताया था ना
तो मैं क्या बोलूँ? मैं बताया मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एग्जीक्यूशन सिस्टम आया ना 2 स्लाइड पहले। चाय की बहुत भूख थी ना। Should we dwell on this point? Are you all aware of Internet of Things?
Yes.
So quickly. Next. Anything else you would like to add? Does it ratify your idea of Internet of Things? Or there is something difference, whatever you know and whatever is written? That's why that Wi-Fi symbol is used. Anything that you have not come across? अरे फड़ी सबने देखा है?
Yes.
Yes. Next. This also you know?
Yeah.
Next. There was one question from someone which he free na? Hello na? Now emerging 5.0. So you presume that you are in already 4.0. Huh? What is the presumption? What is the baseline? When you are saying you are emerging 5.0 team, where are you? Are you in 4.0 or still 3.0? Okay. So last 3 words: IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. So all these are services available, infrastructure as a service. You need not buy or install your own server, network, etc., etc., etc. Even the platform on which, let us say, every establishment needs one mail server. Because that mail, why we call it mail server? Because it's a platform. So even that platform is also available as service. How many of us use Google Mail, Gmail? Everyone. Is it? Have you hired any server? Have you hired any this thing? though it is made free, but that platform is not ours. Probably, why that platform is made available free of cost? Because we all use it and someone gets money for that. And software as a service. Because we have discussed, there was in Industry 3.0 variety of communication protocols. When we say communication protocol, a data could be transmitted into 8 bits, 16 bits, whatever. Even in 8 bits, whether with parity, without parity is also possible. Synchronous, asynchronous, we don't know. So such combinations were there. Further, if I am having invested into a hardware which creates a typical format of communication, I was in a mood continuing with that because it was saving my cost. No, it is not like that. So, all such things need to be standardized. And we should thank to IEEE where they have made this very standardized. Based on the size of the sensor, feature of a sensor, certain communication protocols are recommended. You can do whatever, but people feel it better because it optimizes the cost. This is typically a platform. Okay. What is that? You all need storage, security, network. You can also hire it. You need not invest into that. Nowadays, even desktops are also available on these. Laptops are also available on these. Then platform. So, company name is Bosch. It's one of the first company in smart manufacturing. Actually, from where smart manufacturing started, smart manufacturing appeal was given by German Chancellor Angela Merkel in year 2016. And that's why Siemens and Bosch are two companies, followed by ABB, are quite ahead in Industry 4.0, wherein all three companies have their own IoT suite or Industry 4.0 suite. Suite in the sense, it's a platform where sensors can directly transmit data, user can access data, the analytics is also available, and though it is called ABB suite or Siemens suite or Bosch suite, they are supported by reputed manufacturers like Cisco, etc. Okay. What is the advantage? Because all these are proven things. Very simple thing. We hire an auto. On which grounds we ride that auto? What are our considerations while hiring that service? Huh? Meter. And
You will save the time.
huh?
Time saved and
Time,
Each route is the
knowledge, and so in these three examples we have seen none of these three are worried about their safety. Whether it is a reputed, registered auto, whether brakes are working, we presume, but it is expected as a minimum service. So, whatever names we have taken, when you hire software, platform, infrastructure, base things are minimum assured. You need not have to study on that. ये है क्या, वो मिल रहा है क्या, communication होता है क्या, protocol follow करते हैं क्या, all such things are not required. they will get upgraded automatically. Nowadays, I think many softwares are also going on such pattern. Next. Any doubt on this? Or any clarity you need on any of the point? No?
No.
सब समझ में आया? हाँ? सी हाँ? टीवी सीरियल का जमाना है। कहानी में कभी कभी भी ट्विस्ट आता है। बराबर है ना? तो एक वॉलंटियर चाहिए। कौन बनेगा वॉलंटियर? आप ऊपर करो। तो सबको ये सब पॉइंट समझे हैं। No one has a doubt.
Yes, sir.
So you have got an option
Yes, sir.
to ask question in any of this one.
Yes. Shall I start?
Yeah.
The last third point, increased data reliability. Can anyone
Now you have to answer.
speak on that?
You have to answer her.
Increased data reliability.
The data is not lost. We have a replication process. So data is saved at various locations. So there is a reliability of the data.
Anyone else? to
बराबर है क्या
add?
आंसर ये? वो कोऑर्डिनेटर से कुछ हम बोलो ना।
I guess obviously I may be.
पूरा माहौल चल गया पास last 5 days there is only one thing which is happening all over in Maharashtra. Reliability. EVM is not reliable. Data is reliable नहीं चल रहा है कि नहीं? बोलो. What do
Anyone
we
else
mean
to
by
add
reliability?
To that point, from your perspective. From your perspective, speak on again increased data reliability.
कॉलेज का नाम क्या है?
हमारे कॉलेज का नाम केसी कॉलेज ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग मैनेजमेंट स्टडीज एंड रिसर्च. Yes.
Now see the situation. The group of faculty members, इसी कॉलेज का प्रोफेसर क्वेश्चन पूछता है और बाकी कॉलेज के लोगों को आंसर देने को नहीं आता. It's up to your reputation. कॉलेज का नाम आपको रखना है.
सर ऑडियंस में केसी कॉलेज के भी प्रोफेसर.
But they are privileged because their own professor is asking. If they don't answer, उनका कॉलेज का नाम खराब तो नहीं होने वाला है. लेकिन बाकी कॉलेज के लोगों ने अगर आंसर नहीं दिया तो उनका तो कॉलेज का नाम खराब होगा.
From your perspective, no, need not it should be restricted somewhere to the bookish answers.
You have to also think in terms of
So in
technology.
the morning session, we discussed that the OT, operational technology, needs to be communicated to the information technology. So data is fetched from the sensors or the machines, and we are putting it on the cloud. So that is why we can just relate it to like increased data reliability. Means
आपकी मदर टंग क्या है? मराठी. इसकी यहाँ मराठी नहीं है. आपकी मराठी नहीं है ना? त्यांना मराठीत काहीतरी सांगावं की त्यांना समजणार नाही असं सांगा. It's an exercise for this reliability. Anything because she doesn't know Marathi at all ना. सिंपल सांगा तुम्ही खूप छान दिसता म्हणून तरी सुद्धा त्याला कळणार नाही. काहीतरी सांगा मराठीमध्ये.
we आता explain केलं ते ठीक आहे.
काहीही सांगा. We are only discussing about data reliability.
हां, जेव्हा आपण डेटावर जास्त रिलाय करतो, the reliance on the data is increased. Difficult आहे. पण मॉर्निंग सेशनला आपण डिस्कस केलं ना, म्हणजे सर सांगत होते की OT इज कनेक्टेड टू इन्फॉर्मेशन टेक्नॉलॉजी आणि OT म्हणजे वेगवेगळ्या मशीन्स ज्या पण असतील त्या मेकॅनिकल असू दे किंवा कोणत्या असू दे त्याचा डेटा आपण फेच करतो आणि इन्फॉर्मेशन टेक्नॉलॉजी म्हणजे त्या थ्रू आपण इंटरनेटवर टाकतो, क्लाउडवर टाकतो.
ओके, can you repeat that? Why can't you repeat? No, it is not your mistake. Why you cannot repeat? Because though the data is transmitted in a proper way, you do not have any algorithm
Actually,
to decode it.
Understand that.
Huh?
Still, what you said.
That's why we chose your mother tongue is different, her mother tongue is different. Unless you have adequate decoding facility, data will not get, though it will electronically get transmitted, it will not get stored the way it is to be stored. For example, a temperature sensor sending a data that now temperature is 28 degrees Celsius, but it has probably sent in Morse code, and the computer design is for let us say binary coded decimal. तो मिलेगा क्या उसको कुछ? So this is the breadth of this world, data reliability. Then computer may store it into 8 bit, and the user wants it into 16 bit. It is also possible. That's why standardization is very, very important. Okay. Any other thing which you would like to discuss out of this? Who is expert here in AR here? मला आता कोणीतरी सांगितलं की माझा स्ट्रॉंग पॉइंट AR VR आहे म्हणून.
Not a strong point. I'm interested in that field.
Interested, na? So, very simple thing. We are not talking to students, we are talking to faculty members. Faculty members strive to fulfill their interest. बरोबर आहे काय वाक्य? का चुकीचं आहे ना? किती अवघड प्रश्न आहे. बरोबर म्हणावा तरी प्रॉब्लेम आहे, नाही म्हणावा तरी प्रॉब्लेम आहे ना? मोठ्याने बोला ना. So whatever you know, you please share. What is AR VR?
VR में हम लोग यहीं रहते हैं, बट यहाँ पे बैठे बैठे पेरिस वगैरह देख सकते हैं, वर्चुअल वर्ल्ड देख सकते हैं. VR में we can imagine top most building, top most floor. And AR में हम लोग यहीं रहते हैं, बट बाहर के ऑब्जेक्ट्स outside world comes in front of us. Like one person will come from this PPT and explain what is AR VR. That is AR.
Anyone who can debate on this?
Like sir, IKEA, सपोज कोई आइटम हमको परचेज करना है घर के लिए सोफा सेट, तो उसके लिए ऐप बना के रखा है उन्होंने. हम लोग बैठे बैठे मेजर ले सकते हैं कि कारपेंटर को बुलाने की जरूरत नहीं है. That is AR.
Can anyone stand on this or can anyone debate on this? AR, VR तो बराबर है, उनका परफेक्ट पता है. What is the meaning of augmentation? English medium वाले हाथ ऊपर करो.
Addition.
Addition and attachment. is to enhance the experience. So augmented reality means, for example, you say IKEA sofa. So there is an app, but you see everything in 2D, no? Augmented reality in the sense that sofa, when is installed, no sooner you open your door of the living room, sofa says welcome. It is augmentation. Augmentation of a product. How many such products do you know? Yeah, he's the assistant. No, but how many of you have boarded a car? Whenever door is open, the car says welcome, and the dashboard says if the door is open, it gives a message the door is open. Isn't it augmentation of the door you see? It is open. You can see with your eyes. Still on the dashboard, you get a message door is open. Is it not augmentation? Now certain car displays, they don't say how much of fuel is remaining. They also tell you how many kilometers you go. Is it not augmentation? Any doubt? Okay. Next. Next. See, the words are quite small, so I will read it for you. One is supply, production planning, quality, production, and inventory. Are you all aware of these words? Any word which you don't know? Huh? You know all words? Pakka? हाँ? अभी नॉन केसी कॉलेज कोई प्रोफेसर है? भाई क्लास को पूछिए इन्वेंटरी का मतलब क्या है?
What is the meaning of inventory?
After production, we store them in a place. Before transporting them. Data storage.
After production only.
हाँ बोलिए.
After production, only.
Is it only after production? That is his question. It's a very correct question.
The stage comes after production, inventory in the picture also.
Not necessary. And any other opinion?
What is the production and how much the dealer or the distributor have booked it or paid for it? That comes under inventory. इतना inventory किया है, इतना बाकी
The stock market, the shares you purchase, you make a portfolio out of it. That is also your inventory. That is not produced. That is just
when
traded.
it comes to manufacturing industry or that inventory is how much they have produced, how much that particular distributor has taken that, how much is remaining, that distributor how much is giving to the dealers. All that is maintained in the inventory.
Correct.
Correct.
Now, end of the month. How much is the inventory that you carry of groceries? How much inventory do you carry for the grocery? Month end.
Bare minimum.
Bare minimum is correct. Now, make it in numbers. Can you make it in numbers? This bare minimum word, can you convert it into numbers? On 30th of every month, what is the inventory of your grocery? Can you put it in numbers?
Yes, sir. We will put it.
Put the number, na? What number you are going to give?
8 kilograms Like 250 grams is remaining.
Okay. Now the number has come 250 and the unit of the number has come as gram. Okay. Does it give you a message or input?
Yes, we have to refill the glossary. Like this is remaining, we have to refill it.
You have given the inventory description as 250 grams.
Okay.
Okay. The rest of the class should answer whether it is an adequate information for you to take a decision. Why?
So we need to set some threshold level.
Hmm?
Which product? We need to set some threshold level.
Take some.
Threshold level.
Now you tell me threshold level.
Minimum that much.
You have to give number. He has already given 250 grams. You have to give me a number. Threshold value number.
Not be there.
You give the number, no?
kg.
50?
kg.
Stock is 250 grams. Your threshold level is 50 kilogram. It's a disaster. Disaster. The company will not be able to function at all. Very important, which you missed.
50 grams, we will not come to know that.
No, I put this inventory number, whatever numbers they have given, to a commodity called जीरा. अभी क्या करेंगे? 30 तारीख को मेरे पास 250 ग्राम जीरा है, और कोई कह रहा है कि तुम्हारे पास 50 किलो चाहिए. So context is also important, which is given by प्रोडक्शन प्लानिंग एंड प्रोडक्शन. ये 50 किलो सही है या नहीं है, वी कैनॉट टेल. शी may be right because probably let us whether the jeera or rye, they are going to produce some 5,000 kilogram of chutney. So 50 kg could be right thing. I don't know. 250 grams could be also right because it's a consumption of 6 months. I don't know. So unless there is a context, this word is of no use. Okay. So all these 5 words, supply, production planning, quality, production and inventory. When we started the session, what we said, what is the difference between a routine product and smart product? Ability to communicate. And when you all said your choice of intersect topic, what we said? Interdependence. None of the word here is ekla chalo re. All are interdependent things. Okay. How much is produced on minute basis, hourly basis? How much is there? How much can be dispatched? For example, you produce 10 kg per hour. A truck which comes to your dispatch section takes 12 tons in a time. So, after how many days truck is to be called? Only that will decide. All such computations are required to be done every time. How many of you are aware that Amazon has got algorithms which indicate to the manufacturer how much to produce? आपने एक पीस उठा लिया, डायरेक्ट मार्केट से उठाया या अमेज़न पे ऑर्डर किया, मैन्युफैक्चरर को समझा, बिकॉज इन दैट 1 second वर्ल्ड ओवर maybe millions of people will order that item. Okay. So manufacturing system basically connects management and automation. Management has to decide how automation should be. Automation will get planned, but both of them need data of real time from manufacturing execution sector. Any doubt on this? How many of you are actively engaged in preparing food for festival at home? एक दो. Do you apply routine rules for festival? Why?
आइटम ज्यादा बनाना रहता है, टाइम कम रहता है.
So there is more variety.
Yes.
So combination is more. Quantity. Have you ever? You are in the सब लोगों ने बोला कंप्यूटर फील्ड में है. कितने साल से है? More than 5 years. Everyone. Have you ever created a data of cooking on festivals? Will it help you?
टेंटेटिव रहता है.
Don't take all festivals. Take any one festival in a year of your choice.
Requirements are different.
No.
Requirements are different.
Individually requirements are different, but same festival every year. Requirements are somehow same, na?
Yes.
So every year if you put data, will you get a prediction model for next year?
Yes.
Will you do it?
Yes.
We are doing it.
साल में एक ही बार करना है. हाँ? फेस्टिवल का चॉइस भी आपका है, लेकिन डेटा करना है. Who will design? वो डेटा स्ट्रक्चर वाला कौन इंटरेस्टेड आदमी था? कौन है डेटा स्ट्रक्चर में इंटरेस्टेड? अरे लिहून ठेवायला पाहिजे तुम्हाला. हाँ? खूप जण मोठे डेटामध्ये इंटरेस्ट असलेले. काय झालं? डेटा स्ट्रक्चर मध्ये इंटरेस्टेड, डेटा अनालिसिस मध्ये इंटरेस्टेड, डेटा मायनिंग मध्ये इंटरेस्टेड. कोण कुठे गेले सगळे? माहिती आहे तुम्हाला सगळ्यांना? So I will skip some slides. See, AI, I think in the morning Mr. Sai Krishna was also saying the same thing. It is an enhanced decision support system. AI is not going to trouble human being. question is happening here. Second team number 2, V5. What is V5? So what do we mean by V5? क्योंकि V5 का अगर हम मैंने टीवी सीरियल का नाम बताया तो आप सब हंसेंगे. हम पाँच लेकिन हम पाँच में क्या था? chaos and chaos. हाँ ना, ये नहीं. The only point is that there is always something which comes in mind very quickly, good, but sometimes we have to also be aware of social impact. तो क्योंकि बात करें, मैंने अभी दिखा ना, हम पाँच सब लोग हंसे ना, anything can happen. So human life, smart manufacturing, what is in your mind? Tell me now. What is the doubt? पांच लोग पहले हाथ तो ऊपर करो. तीन ही दिख रहे हैं मेरे को, बाकी दो कहाँ गए पता नहीं. भाग गए ना? हाँ? You moved out ना? Why?
Data collection.
Huh? See, this is a pattern. Your students will be also doing this.
Obviously.
So, are you learning from them?
Yes. AI machine.
Whom should they learn from? Should you learn from them or they should learn from you?
They should learn from us.
Both the model training each other.
Huh?
Both the model training it and then machine.
No, see. Probably, I don't know. Are you informed that they are living? नहीं, अभी इसमें से देखो ना कौन गया. ये एक ही कौन है? वही भाग गया. 3 मिनट भी भाग गया. एजी कौन है इधर. एंटी भाग गया. पहले दो लोग ही भाग गए. This is called irresponsible behavior. Completely irresponsible. I am a outsider person. I have come to tell you something, but there is someone who is controlling. अभी उनको बाहर जाके कुछ हो गया. Who is responsible? क्या करेंगे? Have you ever thought of this? कि जिम्मेदारी किसके ऊपर रहती है? If this session is running, Mr. Principal is responsible for your attendance. कुछ भी हो गया तो वो रिस्पॉन्सिबल आंसरेबल है. और ये लोग भाग गए, कहीं बीच में फंस गए तो पेरेंट्स किसको पूछेंगे, घर वाले किसको पूछेंगे, और ऊपर से पूछेंगे उनको क्यों छोड़ा जल्दी, इसने बोला था आपको छोड़ने को. पूछेंगे कि नहीं पूछेंगे? There is no social awareness. ऐसा नहीं चलता है. This is a completely irresponsible behavior. कौन से कॉलेज के मुझे पता नहीं. So we cannot take this question. This is a punishment to you. AI, unless and until a right question is thrown to AI, you will not get a right answer. In the beginning, I think I greeted you. I asked you one question, and the answer was different. When you 5 were here, na? I asked about the experience, and you gave the explanation about the procedure. It's because we are human beings. You can interpret my question the way you want, nothing wrong. Probably for the benefit of others, we wanted equalization. So, whatever we want exactly from AI, we should be very clear what we want. Unless we are very specific in giving AI the query, AI will not throw the required answer. Okay. Next. I will not dwell on this because there is a detailed session on data analytics.
AI will.
Next. 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 पुढे जातो. हां. See, at the moment, data which comes in industry is basically about dimensions of the goods produced, functioning of the goods, if it is a functional part, for example, spring, functions, whether it is functioning or not functioning. The other quality aspects, in the sense, whatever customer has said, customer may say, I want part to be colored white, so whether color is there or not, or whether white is not there, so such things. And data comes in very large, let us say, saying amount is not good, large volume.
Scale.
Huh?
What scale or volume?
Volume. We should say, because every data comes in a set, so large volume. So in large volume when data comes, there could be a variety of query required by the functions. For example, quality function may say how many things are good, how many things are bad. Then the answer could be 99% is good, 1% is bad. Then the next question would be why 1% is bad? In 1%, what are the defects? Whether the dimension is bad, or the color is bad, or the functioning is bad, something like that. So, data, though resides at a central location, the query run on the data is of large variety. And for that, somewhere we discuss about reliability of data. No? Data has to be reliable in all these formats. Whatever is expected to be captured in a data string, everything is to be captured. And for that, there has to be systems so that the data sits properly. Secondly, whether the data is reliable or not is one thing, but whether data is adequately accessible. You may have a reduced string of the data available for you depending on your function. For example, you are from quality function and you are only checking data for purpose of quality. You may not get data of every hour how many produced. So that depends. So there needs someone to control whom should be given which access. Okay. So everything post capturing the data becomes more of a management initiative. And for this particular management, when we say enablers, management is to enable to have adequate, knowledgeable people to do these activities, do this work. The smart factory or smart manufacturing is just not technology. You have to also invest into capabilities. And there are courses specific for smart factory. Most of the IITs run it. Whether it has come to engineers, I don't know. But most of the IITs, they have modules on various data analytics. पुढे अजून हां एक मिनिट पुढे. Now I think we don't have a discussion. Energy. Whether the energy is produced in the same way every time. So during the daytime, it can be also produced by solar.
Yes.
Energy is also produced by flow of water.
Yes.
Energy is also produced by burning fuel,
Yes.
whether it is coal or diesel. Okay. Now, based on the requirement, let us restrict ourselves when we say energy to electricity at the moment. Electricity, the most prominent drawback of electricity is that it is to be consumed immediately when it is produced. It cannot be stored because storage devices again cause lot of chemicals and other things. So best part is as soon as it is required to be consumed, it is produced. Now there is a hidden problem here. How much to be produced? So a lot of data needs to be captured for the consumption pattern and how much the generation is to be done. Now every generation pocket, whether it is hydropower, solar power or even thermal power, there will be a capacity of a generator. Some generator can say 2 megawatt, some generator can say 4 megawatt, but that is the maximum possible. So all the energy sources, unless and until are connected for how much they are producing at the moment and what is the capacity. For example, if it is a thermal power, to generate steam you have to burn fuel. Burning fuel, generating steam, then using that steam to move the alternator, there is a specific process gap. You feel that you need 2 units more, you give decision, still it will take some time. By the time, instead of 2 units, it could be 4 units or it could be 0 units also. That is possible only with real-time data. Further, those equipments which were ekla chalore equipments, being a very high cost equipments, you cannot replace those equipments. You have to augment them. Augment means what?
Enhance.
With that ability to receive communication and act on. For example, they may receive data, they may transmit data, which is one of the easier form, but putting more steam, to put more steam, take more fuel, those things are to be initiated. Either they are to be done manually or they are to be done with mechanized devices. And if they are with mechanized devices, they are to be also controlled with automation. Okay. So this is about input. Secondly, processing. Every energy producing equipment will have its own efficiency. Some equipment may produce at 80%, some equipment may produce at 90%. So that gap is there. How to fill that gap? So all such data, this is the area where AI will be supported. So such a large amount of real-time data for real-time decision making and controlling is not possible for human beings. You will need more human beings. So such things can be done by AI by taking data and providing decisions. Typically, someone will say, we find that every day at 11 a.m. energy demand is maximum. So things can be aligned. It can be also said every day around 10 p.m. energy demand starts going down. Something like that. But this is very simple. For this you don't need AI. The industries keep on coming, the demands start getting fluctuating, and there, even at 11 a.m., the demand is more. How much it is going up, how much marginally it is coming down, how much jump you need to do, which generators are capable, whether they are efficient, all such things will be helpful for decision making. Okay. Any doubt into this? Clear? Next. मगाशी जे सांगितलं earlier portion, unless they are connected, augmented, things will not happen. The data is to be collected and then only decision is possible. This is actually 3C. This is the principle of entire Industry 4.0 and last conclude is your Industry 5.0 actually. Nothing much different between 4.0 and 5.0. Next. Vichara.
Last question.
Is it related to Industry 4.0? 5 team members have discussed this question. Is this a question related to Industry 4.0? Huh? One of the team members is saying no. Team of leaders, huh? Is saying no. What is in your mind about this question? This is your team's question, no?
Yes, sir.
So what do you want? वो लीडर कहाँ है? सॉरी, क्या है आपके मन में?
Basically, the fundamental thing is that more or less we are studying theory part. What is there in the industry and how we can relate the theory part. That is a non.
आप कहाँ रहते हैं? मुंबई में या मुंबई के बाद? बिल्डिंग में रहते हैं या बंगलो है? बिल्डिंग में. So there is more than one tenant. कितने अपार्टमेंट्स है बिल्डिंग में? 32. हर घर में आपका जो वाटर का टैंक है उसका लेवल दिखता है क्या? क्यों नहीं दिखता? हाँ? No, I am not saying whether पानी पुरता है कि नहीं. See, this is the problem. What is the question? घर में पानी कितना है टंकी में उसका डिस्प्ले है कि नहीं? डिजिटल डिस्प्ले. घर उनका है, पता आपको है.
Naturally पानी का टंकी जितना है उतना ही दिखता है.
उनके हर घर में दिखते हैं कि मैं पूछ रहा हूँ. 32 घर अपनी बिल्डिंग में. वो ना बोल रहा आप. नहीं, उनके घर का बिल्डिंग का टंकी नहीं दिखता ना. क्यों नहीं दिखता है? We are talking about the last question, ना? क्यों नहीं दिखता है?
Because there is no major noise you can see.
Your water storage and distribution to the 32 apartments, that system is yet not augmented with Industry 4.0. Am I right? We are just taking an example. उनको पकड़ा इसलिए इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि उनका एनएलसी चल रहा है. Still not augmented. क्या आप इसको ऑगमेंट कर सकते हैं? आपको अकेले को नहीं करना है. आपको सबसे पहले दिया था टीम वर्क. आपके यहाँ 32 मेंबर है टीम के. क्या करेंगे सबसे पहले?
We can augment कर सकते हैं इसको.
हाँ,
डिस्कस करेंगे हम टीम में. How we can go for.
टेक्नोलॉजी आपके पास है, सॉल्यूशन आपके पास है, लेकिन आपके बिल्डिंग में करना है. क्या करना पड़ेगा?
Call a meeting.
आएंगे सब लोग? No, these are real life problems. So this also happens in academics. Academics, someone gets an idea to do it better, but no one comes on board. Am I right?
Yes.
Second thing is that ये जो मन में आइडिया आता है ना, वो बोलो करके भी कोई बोलता नहीं. इंडस्ट्री में ये नहीं चलता है। इंडस्ट्री में एवरी पर्सन इज एम्पावर्ड। व्हाट डू वी मीन बाय एम्पावर्ड? मेरे को फिर से कॉलेज बुलाएगा नहीं। लेक्चर देने को।
Someone capable of doing something.
And
Independent.
and
Freedom to talk.
for next 10 minutes you are the monitor of the class. Empowering हुआ?
Giving the chat.
Right?
Empowering हुआ या नहीं हुआ?
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
कैपेबिलिटी बढ़ी कुछ, लेकिन अथॉरिटी दिया ना। So this happens in industry. Everyone becomes independent contributor. Because what is the goal of industry? To grow. On what?
Products.
To grow on top line and bottom line. What is top line?
Marketing guys.
Huh?
The people who have to do the branding. Marketing guys.
Marketing that.
No. Top line and bottom line of business result.
Sales.
Is it top line or bottom line?
Top line is customer satisfaction.
And bottom line is dissatisfaction. पूरी दुनिया में ये वर्ड्स सबको पता है। टॉप लाइन मीन्स रेवेन्यू,
Okay.
पैसा कितना अंदर आया। बॉटम लाइन ना सब जमीला की इंडस्ट्री खड़ा करने का, मेरे को कितने मिला, मेरे को बोले तो बिजनेस को, नॉट एन इंडिविजुअल, प्रॉफिट कितना हो। सो टॉप लाइन इज रेवेन्यू, बॉटम लाइन इज प्रॉफिट। एकेडमिक्स में यही नहीं रहता है, because academics is a social organization, it's not a profit making organization. प्रॉफिट करो ऐसा किसने रोका नहीं है, बट दैट इज नॉट द एम। कोई भी एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूट लॉस में भी नहीं जाता है, वो बात अलग है, बट टारगेट इज नॉट प्रॉफिट। बट देन व्हाट इज द टारगेट? एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूट का टारगेट क्या रहता है?
To bridge the gap between.
Quality education.
किसने बोला क्वालिटी एजुकेशन?
Quality education.
हाँ, अभी ये क्वालिटी एजुकेशन में क्वालिटी का मतलब क्या है? What do you perceive as quality?
Number of students placed, number of students passed.
Whatever concepts we are teaching, that concept in what terms they are able to learn, in what level they are able to learn, how much they will get skilled.
लर्निंग एंड स्किलिंग आ गया। और कोई?
Actually, quality means quality for any product means if product satisfies the consumer's need. It means the product is quality product. So equally applicable for our students too.
बिन आशेच उभे राहा, सगळेजण एन्जॉय करे टाळ्या वाजवा। This is the fifth most point. Okay, बसा बसा।
So equally applicable for our students too, if they meet and satisfy industry needs. So we can say students are qualified professionals after passing out. So that's the ultimate aim. So which covers all these teaching, learning practices, tutorials, lab experiments, teaching, I mean, everything covers into that.
तुम्ही जो पास आउट पॉइंट सांगितला ना, इज अ रॅपर ऑफ ऑल दोज थिंग्स। हा रॅपरच फक्त दिसतो कस्टमरला, आतमध्ये काय आहे तो मी नंतर सांगितलं सगळं, बरोबर? स्किलिंग अमुक दमुक। नाउ टेल मी, if this is a customer requirement, do you really assess and measure this?
We do have practices for that also.
You do only an exam, nothing more than that. You don't assess skills. You take exam of practical.
One instrument we have, right?
You don't assess the skills. चेष्टेमध्ये 2-4 गोष्टी झाल्या. Do you assess those skills? Do you interact with students? No. Because it is not that why you don't do. It is not about that. Because the structure of delivering something is not tuned to such things. मी आता माझा इथे सेशन जेमतेम 2 तास माझं ठरलं होतं. मी 2 तासांपेक्षा जास्त शिकवलं असेल समजा. ते काय बोललो असेल. I am free to do that provided you are into receptive mode. Do you make your students receptive? Or do you make your students compliant? 35 मिनट बैठ लो. इतना ही करते हो कि नहीं? और दूसरा क्या करते हो? आए या ना आए? वो छोड़ के गया क्लास. Because अगर उसको पूछा तो वो ऊपर से पूछेगा तुमको नहोते मेरे को पूछने वाले, पैसा भरा मैंने फी का. कंपनी में काम करने का भी पैसा मिलता है उसको, फिर भी वो कंट्रीब्यूट करता है. क्यों करता है? क्योंकि उसको पता है उसने अगर कंट्रीब्यूट नहीं किया तो उसको कल पैसा नहीं मिलेगा, कंपनी डूब जाएगी. वो कल कितना छोटा है कितना बड़ा है वो अलग अलग है. कोई 2 साल में 20 साल में, लेकिन उनको पता है ये नहीं किया तो कल कंपनी डूबने वाली. कोई सोचता है इधर कॉलेज डूबने वाला करके. Are there any examples in entire Maharashtra where college ignored? The only focus एडमिशन लेना, पास होके बाहर जाना. इसके बीच में जो चलता है it is not focused on customer, and we have said industry is customer. कभी अपने बच्चों के कुछ अलग तरफ से सिखाया है कुछ? आपको चाहे फिर भी आप नहीं करते क्योंकि आपको क्या बोला है? ये लेक्चर है, ये टॉपिक है, ये टाइम है, जाओ. And please don't misunderstand me. Some of the faculty members present here are already doctorate. Is it expected from a doctorate not to allow creativity, not to allow questioning? But it doesn't remain with the individual, it goes with the system. But any system can get improvised with an individual. We are not at all telling that something is wrong or right. If improvement is required, someone has to start initiating. How many visits your student does to industry, irrespective of the field, whether it is computer or IT?
Yearly 2-3.
कितनी?
Semester 1 at least.
Semester 1?
At the least.
At least? What is maximum number?
3 या 4.
In a year,
Semester 6.
in a year there are 52 weeks. उसके त्योहार के 26 वीक छोड़ देते हैं. 26 वीक तो इंडस्ट्री में जा सकते हैं.
Companies are not allowing.
कौन बोलता है?
We have already applied, but there are no response from any industry. You can bring with your students.
Have you ever met the chairman of that company? See, don't take it otherwise. तुम्हारी इच्छा है क्या कि ये होना ही चाहिए? तुम्हारा क्या चल रहा है? बोला है ना इंडस्ट्री क्लिक करने का, इंडस्ट्री को लिखा, HR मैनेजर को या प्लांट हेड को, उसने जवाब नहीं दिया, हो गया. चेयरमैन को जाके मिलो ना, उसके शेयर मार्केट में जाओ, शेयर होल्डर का मीटिंग उसके, अरे हमने 10 लाख खत लिखे तुमको, आप परमिशन नहीं देते, वो बोलेगा हो ही नहीं सकता है, बिकॉज दैट इज देयर सोशल ऑब्लिगेशन. उनकी इंडस्ट्री किसके बलबूते चल रही है? तुम लोग प्रोवाइड करते हो, इसके ऊपर तो चलती है उसकी इंडस्ट्री, तो ना ही नहीं बोल सकता है. बट यू डोंट पिंच हिम उसको पिच करो, वो सब परमिशन देगा आपको। थोड़ा अलग है लेकिन करना पड़ेगा। अजून तुमच्या मनामध्ये काय आहे सांगा। मी लगेच आपलं बॅट घेऊन पाठ्यामध्ये करू ना पॅव्हिलियन मध्ये।
So we have a handling session after this.
चलो हो गया। मैं बैटिंग करने के लिए तैयार है, बॉलर ही नहीं है आपके पास। मैच इज कॉल्ड ऑफ।
टाइम लिमिट ना, इतने में ही पैक कर
So from my side, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
For the interactive session. Nothing is personal. It is only to prove certain points.
Yes.
Okay. Please don't take it personal. Not a single activity. Thank you.
Interactive session, right?
Yes.
Since morning, we have been made feel alive with Sir's word. He is definitely repertory of wealth of knowledge and experience. And thank you, sir, for being patient speaker to make us attentive listener.
Yeah. After lunch hour, it's very much needed.
Right? We all, lunch was a refreshment for our food and his words were refreshment for our mind, I guess, right? So thank you so much, sir, for your time and coming as a resource person.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We have a nice photograph presence, and then we will be moving to the lab 4. We will have a just introduction to the software, and tomorrow we will continue with the active management session. But it is mandatory for us to upload everything, like even video recording we have to upload on the AICTE portal that we have conducted the hands-on.
उस प्रोडक्ट से थोड़ा बहुत भी फैमिलियर होना चाहिए। अगर वो फैमिलियर है तो ही वो उसको यूज कर पाएगा, समझ पाएगा और कंट्रोल कर पाएगा। क्योंकि इंडस्ट्री में अगर कोई भी एक पर्टिकुलर पार्ट भी बंद होता है, इट हैम्पर्स द प्रोडक्शन। तो दिन में अगर 1 लाख प्रोड्यूस करना है और आधे घंटे के लिए उसकी मशीन बंद हुई, तो क्या वो टारगेट तक रीच कर पाएगा? नहीं कर पाएगा। उस समय उसको एक एक्सपीरियंस बंदा ही चाहिए। अगर वो नहीं है, एक फ्रेशर है, तो वो क्या कर पाएगा? So for that, what we do, we have the products which are already used in industry. Okay? We have all the devices for electrical, for electronics. We have sensors, timers, detectors, everything we have. For AC drive, we have that also. We have the PLCs, we have the HMI, we have the SCADA. So if we teach a student how that each and every device will work, will it be good for him to go and work in industry? Okay. So in that way, we encourage or we empower the students and we let them learn about the industry, and then they go for a work in the industry. तो हम वैसा कुछ यहाँ पे करते हैं। Now basically for our session, I was told to give you an hands-on for a device. So what we have thought कि industry में सबसे important device क्या होगा? आपके हिसाब से क्या लगता है? Industry में सबसे important device क्या होगा? For example लेते हैं, we are a human body. हमारे ह्यूमन बॉडी में सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट क्या है जो पूरे बॉडी को वर्क करेगा? और कुछ? ब्रेन सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट है, हार्ट इतना नहीं है। ओके, मुझे रास्ता क्रॉस करना है तो मेरी हार्ट मदद करेगा कि रास्ता क्रॉस करने में? हार्ट नहीं करेगा, ब्रेन करेगा। अब ब्रेन काम कैसे करता है? क्या ब्रेन अपने आप काम करेगा क्या? उसको मदद कौन करेगा? आइस हमारी मदद करेगा। वो सेंस करके बताएगा ना व्हीकल चल रहा है कि नहीं, राइट? तो आंखें देख के बताएगी कि रास्ता खाली है या गाड़ी दूर से आने वाली है। वो सिग्नल भेजेगा ब्रेन को। फिर ब्रेन क्या करेगा? विल गिव द कमांड टू द लेग्स।
अब चलना है कि नहीं, अगर गाड़ी दूर है या रास्ता खाली है तो बोलेगा आराम से चलो, इजीली क्रॉस करो। पर उसी वक्त अगर गाड़ी थोड़े दूर ही है और स्पीड में भी आ रही है, पर मुझे भी अर्जेंट है जाना है, तो क्या करेंगे, भागेंगे ना। तो ब्रेन क्या करता है, एक सोल्यूशन ढूंढता है कि कुछ चीज आ रही है, कोई सिग्नल आ रहा है, उसके हिसाब से सोल्यूशन तैयार करेगा और लैग को बताएगा और फिर हमारे लैग वर्क करता है। सेम वे इंडस्ट्री में भी जब भी कोई मशीन आती है उसके पास एक ब्रेन होता है, दैट इज कॉल्ड एज PLC। फेमिलियर है वर्ड से आप? फुल फॉर्म प्रोग्रामेबल लॉजिक कंट्रोलर, राइट। ऐसा कोई कंट्रोलर आपने कहीं पे देखा है, कहीं पे देखा हुआ है? नहीं। ओके, अब जनरली कॉलेजेस में होते हैं, एक पर्टिकुलर सिलेबस होता है कि उसमें PLC होता है और उस पर कुछ ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है। तो वैसे इंडस्ट्री में भी एक मेन चीज होता है PLC। अब PLC जो भी है सब कुछ करेगा, प्रोग्राम वहां पे होगा, सब करके मशीन को रन करेगा, पर उसके अंदर क्या चीज चल रही है या उससे मशीन कैसे रन हो रही है, इसका आइडिया आपको कौन देगा? तो उसके लिए भी इंडस्ट्री के पास अलग अलग डिवाइसेस होते हैं, लाइक HMI और SCADA, जहाँ पे हम लोग प्रेजेंटेशन देख सकते हैं कि क्या हो रहा है क्या नहीं हो रहा है। आप में से किसने SCADA देखा हुआ है? कहाँ पर देखा है?
That is college we purchase one model that is for students, diploma students.
तो जनरली स्टूडेंट्स को मैंने कुछ दिया होगा, राइट। वैसे देखा जाए तो SCADA के बहुत सारे एग्जांपल्स हैं। जो मोबाइल्स आप यूज कर रहे हैं, इट्स अ टाइप ऑफ SCADA। हम रेलवे पे जाते हैं, वहाँ पे एक मशीन है टिकट निकालना, इट इज आल्सो SCADA। ओके, मेरा ये कंप्यूटर है, मुझे जिस पे कुछ काम करना है, इट इज आल्सो टाइप ऑफ SCADA। SCADA का जनरल नाम है रिप्रेजेंटेशन करना। ओके, कोई चीज चल रही है नहीं चल रही है, उसमें क्या हो रहा है, वो आपको डिटेल्स देगा। ओके, तो यहाँ पर हम एक छोटा सा हैंड्स ऑन सेशन लेने वाले हैं आपके लिए, जिसमें हम दोनों चीजें इंक्लूड करेंगे, PLC भी बताएंगे, SCADA भी बताएंगे, और थोड़ी बहुत चीजें करके दिखाएंगे कि वो होता भी कैसे, ताकि आपका थोड़ा सा आइडिया क्लियर हो कि आप जब मोबाइल भी यूज कर रहे हो तो उसके पीछे क्या चल रहा है, वो किस तरीके से वर्क कर रहा है। ओके, एंड उसके बाद मैंने एक छोटा सा सिस्टम भी रेडी किया, जिसका मैं आपको एक डेमो दूंगा। एक डेमो इस तरीके का डेमो कि इंडस्ट्री में असल में क्या होता है। ओके, उसका एक हमने सिस्टम रेडी किया है जो मैं आपको कल इवनिंग में बता दूंगा। ओके, आज हमारे पास उतना टाइम नहीं है, तो ओवरव्यू के लिए हम जो यहाँ पे PLC देखने वाले हैं ना, हमारे पास सीमेंस का PLC है और सीमेंस का SCADA है। तो थोड़ा सा हम उस पर बात करके, उस पर थोड़ा सा करके हमें देखें। आप में से कितने लोगों को PLC का प्रोग्रामिंग आता है? Anyone else? नहीं? Okay, that means ये सेशन थोड़ा सा एक्चुअली बड़ा चाहिए, ठीक है, क्योंकि लैडर प्रोग्रामिंग, बट लैडर प्रोग्रामिंग में भी टाइम लगता है, कुछ चीजें स्पेसिफिक करनी होती है। मींस अगर आपको थोड़ा बहुत नॉलेज होता तो हम ग्रेट स्पीड में जा सकते थे और बहुत सारे एग्जांपल कवर कर सकते थे, बट ड्यू टू शॉर्टेज ऑफ टाइम थोड़ा सा ट्राई करेंगे, देखते हैं हम कितना। ओके, तो करंटली मैं आपको सिर्फ एक ओवरव्यू देता हूँ कि हम कौन सा सिस्टम यूज करेंगे और उस पर कैसे वर्कआउट करेंगे। सॉफ्टवेयर आपके पीसी पे भी होगा। तो ये सीमेंस का लेटेस्ट सॉफ्टवेयर जो करंटली इंडस्ट्री यूज कर रही है, हम उसके ऊपर आपको पता है हैंड्स ऑन ट्रेनिंग कर रहे हैं। तो वहाँ पे जहाँ पे आपको PLC पे वर्क करना है, उसके लिए सीमेंस का एक सॉफ्टवेयर है स्ट्रक्चर एंड प्रोफेशनल, जहाँ पे हम बेसिकली PLC प्रोग्राम बनाएंगे और उसको रिप्रेजेंटेशन देखने के लिए हमारे पास WinCC का एक सिस्टम होता है। ओके, विंडो कंट्रोल सिस्टम, जहाँ पे हम रिप्रेजेंटेशन का तो वो कैसे काम करेगा, कैसे वर्क होगा, ये सब हम कल ध्यान से देखेंगे और छोटा मोटा प्रोजेक्ट बना के भी देखेंगे, क्योंकि जब मैं आपको एक्चुअल सिस्टम दिखाऊंगा कि वो काम कर रहा है, उसके पीछे का नॉलेज यू विल अंडरस्टैंड। ओके, आज का एक्चुअली बाकी सेशंस आपके बहुत लंबे लंबे चले, तो इस सेशन को हमें इतना टाइम नहीं मिला है, तो इसको रैप अप करते हैं। कल से हम हैंड्स ऑन स्टार्ट करेंगे।
I think the claps must go on. Now I request ma'am to go ahead with the first shawl and bouquet. I think I shouldn't be saying much as we already have an expert with us today. So it's better I come down and hand over the mic to sir so that he can proceed ahead with his today's session. Over to you, sir, now.
What is the mic then?
What is the sir?
So lights sir.
ये बेटर है।
हेलो।
लाइट ऑन में रखें तो भी चलेगी। सो नीचे खड़े रह के बात करूँ तो चलेगा, ज़्यादा पास में रहेगा। और एक
नीचे
अपन चतुरानी एंड प्रिलिमिनरी वगैरह कुछ नहीं है, नथिंग ऑफ दैट स्टफ। आई हैव बीन वर्किंग इन TCS फॉर अराउंड 27-28 years। मैं मुंबई यूनिवर्सिटी का ही प्रोडक्ट हूँ। फ्रॉम वन ऑफ द कॉलेजेस। एज अ मैटर ऑफ फैक्ट मेरा कॉलेज थर्मल चानी है बायडा से, तो पार्ट ऑफ द सेम पाइपलाइन दैट हैज क्रिएटेड सो मेनी इंजीनियर्स आउट हियर। मैं इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स इंजीनियरिंग किया हुआ है मैंने, और करीबन 20 साल में टेलीकॉम में काम करा था। टेलीकॉम में भी जो नेटवर्क साइड रहता है, तो नॉटल नेटवर्क्स अगर सुना होगा किसी ने, दे वर अमंग्स द पायनियर्स इन टेलीकॉम। उनके साथ हम लोग काम कर रहे थे, उनके एक्सचेंजेस और स्विचेस और उस सब पे, उस पर जो सॉफ्टवेयर लगता है रियल टाइम पे क्या करना है कैसे करना है, उस पर काम कर रहे थे। तो अगर आप लोगों को टेलीकॉम का अगर कुछ बात करना है तो वो भी कर सकते हैं, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। उसके बाद आई हैव वर्कड ऑन मैनेजिंग नेटवर्क्स। सो रियल टाइम में आप जैसे टाटा टेली सर्विसेज का CDMA का नेटवर्क था, उसको कैसे मॉनिटर करना है, कैसे मैनेज करना है, दैट वाज द स्पेस दैट वी यूज्ड टू वर्क ऑन। सो वोडाफोन टेलीकॉम का जितने भी बड़े सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स थे, उन सब के लिए हम लोग काम करते थे। फिर उसके बाद आई हैव मूव्ड ऑन इनटू AI एंड ऑटोमेशंस ऑन बिजनेस प्रोसेसेस। क्योंकि लॉजिकली क्या था कि हम लोग नेटवर्क को मॉनिटर कर रहे थे, मैनेज कर रहे थे, तो बोला नहीं अभी ये हो गया, इसके एक लेवल और ऊपर जाते हैं, बिजनेस प्रोसेस क्या है, उसको कैसे कर सकते हैं। राइट नाउ आई एम इनटू प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट फॉर। तो मेरा जो एक्सपीरियंस रहा है, एंड आई ट्राई एंड शेयर दैट जिस्ट ऑफ इट, क्योंकि जो स्लाइड्स आप देखोगे वो प्रैक्टिकली बता रहा हूँ, मैंने ChatGPT यूज़ करके उसमें से कंटेंट निकाल के रख दिया, वो आपको भी मिल जाएगा। वो उसमें ऐसा कोई ग्रेट चीज़ नहीं है कि मैं आपको सिखाने वाला हूँ, आपको मेरे से ज़्यादा आता है, प्रैक्टिकली बोल रहा हूँ। तो आई विल ट्राई एंड शेयर व्हाट आई हैव लर्नड थ्रू माय एक्सपीरियंस इन द लास्ट 20-25 years, that you will probably find somewhat useful. Okay. Next slide पे जाते हैं. That will be the starting point for our discussion that we can actually have, and that I found is very important. जो हम लोग आज के डेट में भी हम लोग बार बार ये चीज पे जाते हैं कि डेटा है क्या. Everything starts with data. So डेटा है क्या, आप लोगों का व्यू क्या है, व्हाट इज डेटा एंड व्हाई इज इट रियली रिक्वायर्ड? आई वाज जस्ट हैविंग अ डिस्कशन फ्यू मिनट्स बैक इन दैट रूम. Where is data coming from? What is really the need for data? Digital world में खासकर डेटा का इंपॉर्टेंस क्यों आ रहा है? Any ideas what is the
information related to product, any item, any entity?
Good point. और क्या है?
Even as input data is required.
और कुछ any other thoughts around what data is?
Countable to update without data.
Sorry?
Countable to update without data.
ठीक है.
Data
और
is
कुछ?
the new code, what they say.
Very good.
It's the
You
fuel.
said something. Sorry.
It's the only source because without which we cannot proceed anything.
So the way I perceive data, I'll tell you. Okay. It will probably go back to the fundamental idea of sampling. Nyquist theory और वो सब आप लोगों ने पढ़ाया होगा. वो बेसिकली क्या हो रहा है, देखिए रियल वर्ल्ड जो है ना, दैट इज नॉट डिजिटल इन. आप और मैं जो है ना कंटिन्यूस एनालॉग वर्ल्ड में रहते हैं, रियलिटी हुआ है. ओके, व्हाट द वर्ल्ड इज रियली ट्राइंग टू डू इज ट्राइंग टू क्रिएट एन इमेज ऑफ द वर्ल्ड इन अ डिजिटल ट्विन बोलते हैं जिसको. वी आर ट्राइंग टू क्रिएट अ डिजिटल इमेज ऑफ द रियल वर्ल्ड दैट इज देयर. हम सैंपल्स अलग अलग जगह से डेटा कलेक्ट कर रहे हैं and we are trying to create a view of the world which we will use for different applications in different places and different ways. प्रॉब्लम क्या होता है कि ये जो व्यू अपन क्रिएट करते हैं ये अलग अलग एप्लीकेशंस अलग अलग तरीके से क्रिएट करते हैं, क्योंकि उनका सैंपल करने का तरीका अलग होता है, उसको डेटा को वैलिडेट करने का तरीका अलग होता है. अभी हम लोग डिस्कशन कर रहे थे कि पैन कार्ड और आधार कार्ड है, they are your identity, digital identity in a way, right? But that has nothing to do with you. It is your identity in the digital world, right? अगर आपका पैन कार्ड का नाम और आधार कार्ड का नाम अलग अलग है, बहुत लोगों का हो सकता है और होता है. अब वो क्यों है? क्योंकि उनके जो रूल्स ऑफ वैलिडेशन ऑफ डेटा अलग अलग है. द वे दे परसीव द पर्सन इज डिफरेंट, राइट? हर एक एंटिटी जो एप्लीकेशन बना रही है वो डेटा को अलग तरीके से देख रही है. उनके रूल्स ऑफ असेसिंग सैम्पलिंग इज डिफरेंट. देयरइन वेयर लाइज द होल प्रॉब्लम इन दिस वर्ल्ड. जितना आईटी का रेवोल्यूशन और डिजिटल रेवोल्यूशन चल रहा है, आधे से ज़्यादा इसी कारण से चल रहा है, क्योंकि सब लोग अलग अलग रेट्स पे सैंपल कर रहे हैं, अलग अलग रूल्स के साथ सैंपल कर रहे हो डेटा, और अलग अलग व्यूज क्रिएट कर रहे हो सेम इंसान का. मेरी कितनी आइडेंटिटीज हैं मेरे को खुद को पता नहीं है, और सब लोग अलग अलग तरीके से मुझे ही को देख रहे हैं, राइट? आई एम द सेम पर्सन, बट मेरा पैन कार्ड अलग है, आधार कार्ड अलग है, लाइसेंस अलग है, और सब लोगों ने अलग अलग तरीके से सैंपल करके मेरा इंफॉर्मेशन कलेक्ट कर दिया. एक बहुत बड़ा काम आता है, लोग बोलते हैं कि CKYC करेंगे या सेंट्रलाइज्ड व्यू क्रिएट करेंगे. दैट इज व्हाट मार्केटिंग वाले जितने लोग काम करते हैं वो लोग सब लोग ये बोलते हैं कि कस्टमर 360 क्रिएट करेंगे. दैट इज ऑल अबाउट ट्राइंग टू मर्ज ऑल दीज व्यूज इनटू वन व्यू. ठीक है? सो दिस होल गेम इज अबाउट डेटा कैसे सैंपल कर रहे हैं लाइफ से, एंड व्हेन यू से डेटा sorry, can you go to the next slide? This is where I wanted to actually start this discussion. Data अलग है. There were some people who were talking about information. Information और data के बीच में एक लेयर का फर्क अलग है. Data is raw data. कैसे हमने सैंपल करके निकाला है डेटा इन whatever form it is. और आज की डेट में डेटा इज इवन मोर इम्पोर्टेंट, द रॉ डेटा. देयर इज अ रीजन बिहाइंड. उसका रीजन ये है क्योंकि आपको पता नहीं है कि कितना डेटा रियल डेटा है, कितना डेटा AI से जनरेट किया हुआ है, जनरेटेड डेटा है. सो आपको लिनिएज पता होना चाहिए कि किसने क्रिएट किया, कब क्रिएट किया, कैसे क्रिएट किया, किस एल्गोरिथम से क्रिएट किया. जब तक आपको वो पता नहीं होगा, आपको ये पता नहीं चलेगा कि ये डेटा क्या है. जैसे अपने वो कुंडली बनाते ना, हर डेटा की कुंडली चाहिए अपने को. उसके बिना आप पता नहीं कर सकते हो कि ये डेटा का यूसेज क्या है। मैं हिंदी में बात करूंगा बीच बीच में, तो चलेगा? ठीक है, सॉरी मेरा लैंग्वेज थोड़ा इंग्लिश हिंदी का मिक्स हो सकता है, सो अगर कुछ तकलीफ होगी तो प्लीज़ मेरे को रोक लीजिए, वहीं पे पूछ लीजिए। ठीक है, सो जब अपन कुंडली बोलते हैं तो वैसे लिनिएज आता है हर डेटा का, कि कहाँ पे क्रिएट हुआ, किसने क्रिएट किया, किस फॉर्मेट में क्रिएट हुआ है, और कैसे वो ट्रैवर्स हो रहा है, पूरा लाइफ साइकिल उसका कहाँ से जा रहा है, कैसे आ रहा है। Once you know that, then you can apply some level of processing on top of it and extract information from there. Right? Information के ऊपर एक लेवल अगर अपन जाते हैं, which is the insights that you get from that information. Right? अब insights क्या होते हैं कि मैं कैसे उसका मीनिंग निकालता हूँ इंफॉर्मेशन का, और कैसे यूज करता हूं, वो सब नॉलेज और विजडम वाले रेल में आ जाएगा। ठीक है, सो एक रॉ डेटा है जिसका कोई सेंस नहीं बनता है डायरेक्टली। आप डायरेक्टली उसको लॉग्स, अगर आप एप्लीकेशन के लॉग्स देख लो, दैट इज डेटा। क्लियर? उसके बाद अगर आप उसका मीनिंग निकालना शुरू करोगे कि क्या है उसमें, कहां से आ रहा है, किस सिस्टम से आ रहा है, कितने बजे आ रहा है, कैसे आ रहा है, वो अगर मीनिंग्स निकालना शुरू करोगे तो इंफॉर्मेशन आ जाएगा। उसके बाद आप उसमें रेगुलर पैटर्न्स निकालना शुरू करोगे कि अच्छा 10 बजे ये प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट होता है, दैट इज नॉलेज। राइट? तो वो आपको एक्शनेबल इंसाइट देगा कि बाबा हर शाम को 10 बजे ये गाड़ी बंद होता है, दैट इज नॉलेज। सो यू कैन टेक एक्शंस बैक टू दैट। राइट? तो पूरा जो अपना डिजिटल काम है वो पूरा इसी 3-4 स्पेस में, एंड एवरीबडी वांट्स टू गो एट द टॉप कि बाबा मेरे को विजडम और नॉलेज पे ही काम करना है। अनफॉर्चुनेटली प्रॉब्लम लाया जाता है डेटा वाले लेवल पे। रॉ डेटा एकदम जंक होता है। हम लोग कितने भी एआई के यूज केसेस ले लें, प्रॉब्लम कहाँ पे आता है? हमको रॉ डेटा मिलता ही नहीं। आपको केगल में बहुत कुछ मिल जाएगा, रियल लाइफ में हम लोग अब प्रोडक्ट बनाने जाते हैं ना, जान निकल जाती है डेटा निकालने के लिए, नहीं मिल पाता है। उसका रीजन ये है कि डेटा का ओनरशिप किसका है, हु ओन्स द डेटा। इट्स अ डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन टू आंसर, एंड आज के डेट में खासकर एलएलएम्स जब आ रहे हैं उसमें और ज्यादा बड़ा प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है कि आपने ये मॉडल जो क्रिएट किया उसको ट्रेनिंग किसके बेसिस पे दिया हुआ है। राइट? क्योंकि एआई मॉडल जो फंक्शनलिटी दे रहा है आपको, जो भी कैपेबिलिटी दे रहा है, वो किसी डेटा के बेसिस पे दे रहा है। अगर आपने ये पक्का नहीं किया कि ये डेटा किसका है, तो फंक्शनलिटी आपके ओनरशिप नहीं है। सो अभी जो कॉपीराइट्स और आईपी पेटेंट्स वगैरह चल रहे हैं उसमें बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम आने वाला है, क्योंकि एआई जो कैपेबिलिटीज आपको देने वाला है दैट विल बी बेस्ड ऑन सम डेटा व्हिच इज ओन्ड बाय समबडी, और उसने उसका एब्स्ट्रैक्ट कर लिया और वो कैपेबिलिटी देना शुरू कर दिया, तो उसका जो ओनरशिप है वो तो कचरे में चला गया पूरा। सो दैट इज वेयर द वर्ल्ड इज हेडेड टुवर्ड्स नाउ। ऑल्दो इट इज अ वेरी नाइस एरा टू बी इन कि बाबा हाँ एआई सब कुछ कर देगा, बट उसको प्रोडक्शनाइज करके एक्चुअल पैसा निकालने में जान निकल जाएगी लोगों की। अब दूसरा क्वेश्चन ये आता है कि इतना सब डेवलपमेंट अगर हो गया अपना एआई में, तो फिर लोगों की क्या जरूरत है? व्हाट इज द नीड ऑफ द कॉलेज दैट यू आर रनिंग? आप लोगों की क्या स्पेस बचने वाली है? LLM knows everything, उसको तो सब सिखा दिया ना, फिर लोगों की क्या जरूरत है और आपके कॉलेज में होने की क्या जरूरत है?
The data is given by humans itself. They are the creative thinkers.
That's fine. It is now there in the system.
What about error rectification?
ठीक है?
Decision making would not be done by a machine. Rather, their human intervention is definitely necessary.
They can follow
That is a choice.
Okay.
That is a choice. Okay. So just hold on to that. That's a very important point.
Okay.
Just hold on to that point and we'll come back to this point. Please don't forget that point. But अभी स्पेस में जरूरत क्या है ह्यूमन की, और खासकर लोगों को सिखाने की जरूरत क्या है, नॉलेज की जरूरत क्या है?
Some new opportunities will be created.
For what?
Suppose we are doing and some automation comes. Okay, so after that, automatically new opportunity comes to create raw material for that or provide data to that particular system, something like that. New opportunities automatically will come.
But why do you need the human at all? Why do you need knowledge to be given to people at all?
Sir, until unless human doesn't use all these things, from where does the data come? So human is needed.
Data तो मिल जाता है.
Until unless we share our location, we move, we use sensors.
इसमें से जितना इंफॉर्मेशन आपके बारे में जा चुका है, आपको पता भी नहीं.
That's what.
So,
for that reason, at least to generate the information, we are doing that.
So here is my point. आप जो जिंदगी जी रहे हो, उसमें इतना डेटा जनरेट कर रहे हो on a daily basis that you don't understand how much of data is being captured. So I'll give you an example of where I was working. I was working in one of the large telecom providers in Europe. वहाँ पे हम लोग काम क्या कर रहे थे कि मोबाइल से जो एक्शंस हो रहे हैं मोबाइल से, नॉट बाय द यूजर अलोन. यूजर का जो एक्शंस है दैट इज इंक्लूडेड ऑन टॉप ऑफ द एक्शंस दैट द मोबाइल इज डूइंग ऑन इट्स ओन. मोबाइल मूव हो रहा है, मैं कुछ ब्राउज कर रहा हूँ, कोई वीडियो स्पेसिफिकली ओपन कर रहा हूँ, कोई ऐप ओपन कर रहा हूँ, वो सब सिग्नल्स जा रहे हैं बैकएंड पे. करेक्ट? वी वर इनटू टैपिंग ऑल दोस थिंग्स एंड फिगरिंग आउट कि यूजर का प्रोफाइल क्या है. And we were trying to figure out how to use that for different use cases that are there. This was a focused effort that we were doing. वो देखने के बाद I just realized one thing कि हमारे इतना डेटा जा चुका है हमारे बारे में कि हमको खाली परसेप्शन है, वो जो ऑल इज वेल बोलते हैं ना, हम अपने आप को खाली वो सिक्योरिटी के नाम पे खाली ऑल इज वेल बोल रहे हैं. हमारा इतना डेटा जा चुका है हमारे बारे में. It's just a perception that we are secure and safe and privacy is there. People know a lot about us, much more than what we can think about. Okay. So, going back to the question that was there, why do you need to give knowledge to people?
Right, train the model.
There are people who are doing it. Specific set of people will do it. See, the problem क्या है मालूम है? What I have realized last 6 to 7 months में हम लोग इस स्पेस में भी काम कर रहे थे. The LLM knows a lot of things. Unless you know what you want to get out of it, you will never get the answer. You have to know exactly what is required. It will give you that information. It will give you that output. आप जब उसको स्पेसिफिक रिक्वायरमेंट्स दोगे तो वो कोड भी लिख के दे देगा पूरा. लेकिन अगर वो स्पेसिफिक रिक्वायरमेंट्स नहीं दोगे तो वो जेनरिक कुछ स्निपेट बना के आपको दे देगा. सो हमें क्या चाहिए? व्हाट इज द रियल क्वेश्चन दैट वी नीड टू आंसर? Explicitly we have to know the country boundaries and details of where that solution lies, and for doing that need a knowledgeable person. The person who understands what the problem statement is. The knowledge is not required for getting the answers. The knowledge is required for understanding the problem statement in the first place. Once you understand the question, the answer will be available in some form with the LLM. So आज की डेट में जो स्टूडेंट्स को सीखना है वो नॉलेज इस कंटेक्स्ट से सीखना है कि हाउ टू यूज द सिस्टम टू गेट द मैक्सिमम आउट ऑफ इट, नॉट द अदर वे अराउंड. So we come from a paradigm shift where people used to be the primary people who used to create content and do all kinds of stuff, and systems used to enable in some form. Going ahead, what will really happen is systems will do the heavy lifting of the job. We have to guide it in the right direction. But for guiding in the right direction, we have to know what the direction is and what has to be really done. correct? Because LLM is very powerful to take you in any direction. We have to control, वो जैसे टांगे का घोड़े पे लगा देना, कौन से डायरेक्शन में जाना है वो लगाने के लिए हमको खुद को नॉलेज होना चाहिए कौन से डायरेक्शन में हमको लेके जाना है. Because we are experimenting right now, some of my team is actually experimenting on generating code. The amount of junk code that it generates is just great. We have मतलब डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन करने के लिए इट इज़ वेरी गुड कि हम लोग इमेज लेके उससे मतलब वी हैव शोन कि हाँ ये एक ऐप है, ऐप का फ्रंट एंड है, उसका हमने UI UX बनाया और उसके बेसिस पे स्ट्रेट अवे हमने कोड में कन्वर्ट कर दिया इमेज के नाम पे, कंप्यूटर के बेसिस पे एनालाइज द इमेज एंड स्ट्रेट अवे कन्वर्टेड. बट वो जितना आसानी से वो कोड बना उतना आसानी से वो कचरे के डब्बे में चला गया. जब आप उसको सिक्योरिटी, जब आप उसको रियूजेबल कंपोनेंट्स, जब आप उसको डिजाइन के नजरिए से देखना शुरू करोगे तो वो जाएगा. क्योंकि प्रॉब्लम क्या है, एवरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हैज अ होल बंच ऑफ स्टैक दैट इज ऑलरेडी देयर, इट इज रनिंग. They already have reusable components, they already have security in place, they already have multiple systems that are already running. How do you put it in that space? How do you make it work in that constrained environment that is there? So unless you have knowledge of that environment, how do you do development in that space to meet those requirements that are there? That is the kind of problem we are trying to solve. Okay, and that is why I am again going back to the point. LLM will only answer you questions when you say this is the constraint in which you need to generate code. For that matter, ये PPT generate करने के लिए भी I need to know what a data platform is. I need to know what aspects of the data platform I want to talk about. Only then can I get this output. Without that, I will not get it. So, our requirement going ahead would be to get the students to understand and become experts. It is essential that all our students become experts in a specific area, so that they can use the power of these systems to get value out of it. That is what it would mean for everybody. And I think it is important that we also tell the students the same thing. कि एक एरिया पकड़ो, उसमें एक्सपर्टीज लो and go deep into that. If you are not experts in an area, generalists का जो काम रहता था, heavy lifting का काम हो, वॉल्यूम हो, निकल चुका है काफी हद तक. And as we go ahead, it is going to get eroded. We will need experts in specific areas. छोटा सा डोमेन रहेगा लेकिन उसमें एक्सपर्टीज और उससे एटीट्यूड भी चेंज हो जाएगा. They can then switch over to another domain, no issues. Once you are an expert in one domain, you know how to become expert in another domain. It just takes a relative incremental step to get into another domain. Right? Let's go to the next slide. Now, this is something that I learned the hard way around. Nature of data. Not many people talk about it. I don't know how many people have actually thought about it. The first place where I can give you the slides, don't worry about it. This is ChatGPT से जनरेट किया हुआ है तो मेरा उसमें कुछ IP नहीं है, आपके कॉलेज के पास है, you can take the slide. No issue, don't worry about this. But see, the reason why I got this, I faced this situation is when I was designing a platform for data. One place where it actually struck me is what is the nature of data is. हम लोग यूज केसेस एज आई वाज टॉकिंग टू यू अर्लियर कि मोबाइल में से डेटा आ रहा है, उसके क्या क्या यूज केसेस हो सकते हैं. जनरली व्हाट यू सी इज as soon as you start browsing or talking about a specific topic, you start getting advertisement of that topic that is there, right? Now, how soon does that happen? Would you say it happens in real time?
Yes.
Yes? Huh? So, you said yes for real time. Can I ask you one thing? What is your definition of real time?
Real time means the same time.
What do you mean by same time? अभी जब भी मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ वो टाइम निकल गया, उसके कितनी देर बाद रियल टाइम होता है?
वो क्लोज करने के बाद जब हम सर्च करते हैं पूरा टाइम जाने के बाद वो आता है इसका।
कितना टाइम?
वो नहीं पता है क्योंकि हम उतना हम सोचते नहीं हैं। हम काम करते वो क्लोज किया, उसके बाद फिर अगर कुछ हम सर्च करें तब वो रिकॉर्ड हो।
You are right. आपने भी यही बोला. Now, when I was on the other side of this whole thing, कि कितना जल्दी मैं एडवर्टाइजमेंट दे सकता हूँ, क्योंकि मेरा जो रिक्वायरमेंट था वो ये था कि if a person is going through a mall or something, I should be able to give advertisement of a shop that is near that person. Right? Question ये आता है, how fast? And I was actually shocked when I said, okay, real time का definition ढूंढते हैं. क्या है? There is no one given definition of real time. So systems in real time जो बोलते हैं उनको पहले पूछो आप real time का definition क्या है? So when we were defining the blueprint for that data platform, we started with definition की real time का definition हम लोग क्या consider करने वाले हैं? Whether it is 1 second, whether it is 1 minute, or it is 1 hour, 1 day, how close? Real time for NSE or an exchange, or real time for a industry which is running and you have to monitor it, oil or gas का industry है, उनका real time versus real time if you consider health monitoring, मेरा BP monitor करने के लिए जो hospital में लगा के रखते हैं, उनका real time और exchange का real time में भी बहुत फर्क है. क्योंकि मेरा अगर हार्ट बीट बंद हो गया तो 1 मिनट है, 2 मिनट है रिस्पॉन्ड करने के लिए. They may say it is real time, but 2 मिनट है. Whereas NSE में ट्रेड निकल गया 1 सेकंड के अंदर अंदर वो दाम बढ़ जाएगा. उनका रियल टाइम अलग है. सो आपका जो स्केल है किस वेलोसिटी पे डेटा फ्लो हो रहा है वो अलग अलग है. एंड द रीजन व्हाई दिस इज इंपॉर्टेंट इज बिकॉज जितना फास्ट आपका डेटा फ्लो होगा उतना आपको पैसा देना पड़ेगा. That's how expensive the systems will be. Right? In today's world, everything that you consume in cloud or anything, it costs money. So the nature of the data that you are generating and you are consuming will depend on the use case that is there, the scenario that is there. Number one, when you commoditize that scenario, how much money are you going to get or how much value are you going to create? Based on that, you will try and define a solution, because it has to give corresponding returns. I can technically define a very beautiful solution, but it will not give us returns. Practically, mobile के case में, when we were looking at the data that was there, it was coming in tons. मतलब आप समझ लीजिए थाना के पूरा मोबाइल का जितना भी मोबाइल यूजर्स हैं, वोडाफोन आइडिया का जो है सबका डेटा अगर आना शुरू हो गया मेरे पास कि किसने क्या ब्राउज किया, you can understand the volume of data that is there. Okay, that is the kind of data that we were really looking at. So then we said, okay, इतना डेटा इतना फास्ट लेके हम लोग क्या करने वाले हैं इसमें से? यूज केस क्या है? We started looking at use cases. कहीं पे टावर डाउन हो गया तो हमको पता चलना चाहिए, बट उसके लिए ट्रिगर पॉइंट कितना है? 5 मिनट, 10 मिनट, 15 मिनट. ओके, बैच में भी आ गए तो भी चल जाएगा. So there is something called as a batch mode of data where you get chunks of data in things, something which is streaming, which is like abhi hua abhi, immediately within a fraction of a second you get it. In both these cases the nature is different, the processing that you do will be different, the tools that you use for processing will be different. So you need to understand what is that. Plus, there is also another aspect of it. What granularity of the data is available? Right? What details? Right? GPS location अगर आपका है, कितने मूवमेंट पे आप कैप्चर कर रहे हो? Again, it is going to cost you money. कैमरा से सैटेलाइट इमेजेस आप ले रहे हो, कितना रेजोल्यूशन पे आ रहा है? It will cost you money. The data will vary in size also based on the granularity, based on all this. So they will impact your system design. They will impact the quality of data. They will also impact the amount of money that you are going to get. There are multiple such things that you will have to look at. The most important part is the veracity of it, accuracy of the data. Again, accuracy is also linked to the money that is required. The sensors that you are using, the systems that you are using to store it. अभी अपन लोग मोबाइल से वीडियो शूट कर रहे हैं. We are very happy that we get a 16 megapixel, 64 megapixel kind of a thing. What we don't realize is the size of the file that it creates keeps on growing with the increase in the camera resolution that is there. It impacts the system's performance. आज के डेट में जितना इमेजेस और वीडियोस आपका कैमरा लोड करता है मोबाइल पे, इट विल ईट अप ऑल योर डेटा दैट इज देयर. यही अगर 5 साल पहले का कैमरा यूज करोगे तो नहीं करता था इतना कंज्यूम. डेटा रिक्वायरमेंट इज नॉट देयर. Right? So your system specifications will vary based on what is the use case, what is the kind of data that you want, and how do you want to treat it. Right? So we need to keep aware ourselves as to what is happening in these things. Let's go to the next. Okay. So again, data platforms क्या हैं? Has anybody worked on a data platform or studied or taught or something? Yes, please.
I was in market research domain.
Perfect.
I was a data analyst. So worked on many tools like dimension, quantum, SPSS.
So has anybody defined or designed a data platform? Sorry, I'm just going to the other side of the. Yeah. It is very easy to design it. Cloud gives you all these capabilities. You just have to stitch them together. You handled anything?
Actually not created but used.
Okay, which one?
The software which we made in our institute.
Okay.
For attendance, for marks uploading.
What platform was it? What kind of environment was it? Infrastructure that was there?
.php.
Okay.
The front end and the back end was
The infrastructure that was used, what was it? Was it on cloud or was it on
cloud.
Cloud. Which cloud was it?
GoDaddy.
Okay. So आज की डेट में all the clouds, major public clouds जो हैं, whether it is Google, Azure, AWS, they will give you these services that throw away prices. You all, I would seriously suggest you please experiment with that. Free subscriptions are available. Colleges also can enable those subscriptions to you very easily. You should play around with these things so that you get a feel of what data is like. Yes, please. Sorry.
Actually, you said it is a free services, but if you log in for some credentials, some experiments, it's asked the amount or some parameters. So we can't do the highest. You said search point or work. If I want to, it's like S3. If I'm using it for that, so gradually they're charging it. Initially, some part they give free, but when I go in depth, so it's charged.
Correct. I agree. It will charge you, but it is not a very heavy charge that is there, especially for S3. S3, what? Okay, so is everybody familiar with S3? Can you just share with everyone what S3 is?
It's a AWS bucket which used.
So what is a bucket? Storage. So in the past, what was the equivalent of that in the traditional? Sorry? Hard disk was there. So basically what it is giving you is, it is giving you a ton of hard disk that is there There was also another name that they used to use, NAS, बोलते थे उसको, network storage, right? So you have a common storage area where you can actually save your thing. The easiest way to visualize that would be your Google Drive that you have on your mobile, right? It's as good as that. It gives you a storage for keeping stuff. The difference that it does from a disk drive is it gives you capabilities to access the files and the objects that are there using a software. So you can capture any and all of these entities or files that are there using software, and you can consume it. That is the advantage you get out of it. Now, what does that give you? What advantage do you get when you have that capability?
By using this data, we can use for any other application as well.
Correct,
Like
but
we can build the AI or an ML model by using that.
what else? Yes, please.
For security, but data will be secure.
We'll come to that. What else? See, the fact that you are getting to access objects through a program, it gives you a fundamental capability to automate things. Automate and process objects. Because now all your actions can be converted into a code or a script. Right? You do not need to depend on manual actions to do things. You can actually write your actions and put it into a script and then deal with it. So everything that is given in a cloud is in that form that you can convert it into a script or an automated action and leave it out there. So the actions related to your S3 bucket that was there, right? आपका स्टोरेज स्पेस जब भर जाता है तो क्या करते हो आप लोग मोबाइल पे?
You will move to some other storage element.
In traditional terms, it is called archival. So आप लोग archival को automate कर सकते हो, right? You just have to create a small script which will archive the data and move it into some form. या तो zip करके उसको कम कर देगा storage. So it will charge you, but if you put an archival process in place or deletion process in place, it will not charge you that much. It is over a period of time that you have to use it. Now, you brought another very important point that was there. It charges you. That is the most important thing in today's date that you need to factor about deciding any system that is there. कोई भी सिस्टम का प्लेटफॉर्म बनाना है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बिल्ड करना है या फिर उसके ऊपर डेटा कंज्यूम करना है, you have to look at how much is it going to cost me to operate this entire system and to execute this use case. मैं अगर रेगुलर बेसिस पे उसको एग्जीक्यूट करूँगा मॉडल को, तो कितना खर्चा होने वाला है मेरा? LLMs के केस में या तो मैं Azure OpenAI सर्विस यूज करता हूँ या मैं खुद का मॉडल होस्ट करके रन करता हूँ. दोनों केस में मेरे को चार्ज होने वाला है. अगर मैं खुद का मॉडल ओपन सोर्स मॉडल लेता हूँ और उसको अगर होस्ट करूँगा तो उस केस में मुझे होस्टिंग का चार्जेस देना पड़ेगा. जबकि मैं अगर सर्विस की तरह कंज्यूम करता हूँ तो पर ट्रांजैक्शन मेरे को चार्ज होता है. नाउ द क्वेश्चन इज, आपने कोई एप्लीकेशन बनाया, उसमें OpenAI यूज किया, तो वो यूज केस के बेसिस पे कितनी बार आप उसको कॉल करोगे? आपको वो सोचना पड़ेगा. उतना डिटेलिंग में आपको सोच के फिगर आउट करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि दैट विल डिफाइन कि क्या कॉस्ट आने वाला है. राइट? उसके बेसिस पे आप अपने कस्टमर को चार्ज करोगे. राइट? क्योंकि आप अपने जेब से तो कोई डालने नहीं वाला है कोई भी एप्लीकेशन बनाएगा तो. सो इफेक्टिवली करना ये है कि हम लोगों को फिगर आउट करना है कि कितने ट्रांजैक्शंस होने वाले हैं, कितनी बार मैं सिस्टम्स को कॉल करूंगा. बेस्ड ऑन दैट आई विल फिगर आउट what is the charge that it is going to deal with. Correct? That will help us define कि पूरा ecosystem को charges कितने लगने वाले हैं. In your case, visual के case में भी there will be multiple scenarios of that sort that you have, right? How do you actually convert that into a, so this is one reason why I actually keep on saying that engineering में आज के डेट में एक कोर्स ये अकाउंटिंग और उस सब का भी जरूरी है, क्योंकि everything is big. Finance and accounting is very essential for everybody to understand because you are converting everything into a service today.
They have ILOC subject finance management.
करते कितने हैं? ढंग से करते कितने हैं लोग? प्रॉब्लम हो गए. वो कितने लोग ध्यान देते हैं बिकॉज दैट इज जनरली अ साइडलाइन थिंग कि वो हाँ कर देंगे और पास हो जाएंगे, जबकि वो सबसे ज्यादा जरूरी है आज के डेट में मेरे हिसाब से, क्योंकि एवरीथिंग इज गेटिंग कन्वर्टेड इनटू अ सर्विस. हम लोगों को पहला क्वेश्चन पूछा जाता है अच्छा इसका कॉस्ट कितना आने वाला है. जैसे ही मेरे को बोलता है ये यूज केस है, मैं फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन आई हैव टू आस्क एवरीबॉडी इज भाई इसमें कितने बार तुम लोग उसको एलएलएम यूज करने वाले हो, कौन से नए रिसोर्सेज यूज करने वाले हो, कितना कंप्यूट आएगा, राइट? अगर आप उसको फाइनेंशियल मॉडल में कन्वर्ट नहीं कर सकते तो आप एग्जीक्यूट कैसे करोगे उसको? दैट इज द बॉटम लाइन. विजन अगर आप यूज कर रहे हो तो कितनी बार यूज करोगे? एक सिंपल एग्जांपल है कि अगर आपने कहीं पे उसका फोटो खींच के बोला कि बाबा आई विल फाइंड आउट which restaurant this is, what is the location and other things of that sort. But उसके लिए विजन कितनी बार कॉल करोगे? सिंपल. तो वो बिजनेस मॉडल बनना जरूरी है हर चीज के लिए. दैट इज द बॉटम लाइन फॉर एवरीथिंग दैट इज गोना हैपन. सॉरी अगर मैं थोड़ा स्लो जा रहा हूँ, अगर आपको स्पीड बढ़ाना है तो बता दीजिए, अगर कुछ चेंज करना है तो आई विल बी ओपन टू चेंज दिस थिंग. एनी अदर एस्पेक्ट दैट यू फील वी शुड बी कवरिंग और वी हैव टू गो अ बिट मोर इन टेक्नोलॉजी, I'm open to any feedback, or this is okay. It's fine. Okay. So we'll go back to these things. See, security was one more aspect that was covered earlier, which we were talking about. Sorry, I forgot. There was one topic that you had picked up. If you can just remember what it is, I'll.
Yeah, that was regarding where the role of human comes into the picture. That was your question. For that, I just told that decision making is where the human intervention is always necessary.
Correct. So it will come back to security and ownership. Systems are capable of taking decisions. Systems are capable. Whether the decision is correct or not is the comfort that we have to get.
Can you tell me the use case, sir, please?
ठीक है. आज भी अगर आप मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में जाओगे, बहुत सारी जगह पे रोबोट्स लगाए हुए हैं. बेस्ड ऑन कंप्यूटर विजन पीपल आर ऑटोमेटिंग द होल प्रोसेस. क्वालिटी चेक्स होते हैं बेस्ड ऑन कंप्यूटर विजन. दे विल असेंबली लाइन में आ रहा है, जिसका फोटो खींचा, ठीक नहीं लगा उसको लाइन से बाहर निकाल दें. ऑटोमोबाइल में जाओगे तो पूरा ऑटोमेट कर दिया. जापान में जाके देखो, कोरिया में जाके देखो, उन्होंने सब ऑटोमेट कर दिया सब कुछ. किस बेसिस पे कर रहे हैं? डिसीजन मेकिंग हैज बीन ऑटोमेटेड है. कौन से लेवल का डिसीजन मेकिंग है, दैट इज द क्वेश्चन. इफ इट इज रिपीट प्रोसेस दैट इज देयर, एक ही टाइप का एक्शंस लेने हैं, तो वो डिसीजन मेकिंग उन लोगों ने ऑटोमेट कर दिया. सो जब अपन कोई प्रॉब्लम लेते हैं और उसको बोलते हैं कि ऑटोमेट करना है, सो द फर्स्ट थिंग दैट वी हैव टू डू इज वी हैव टू ब्रेक इट डाउन इनटू अ प्रोसेस. वी हैव टू डिफाइन व्हाट प्रोसेस डज इट फॉलो, व्हाट आर द डिसीजन मेकिंग पॉइंट्स इन इट. फेयर इनफ. देन you figure out based on the decision making points that are there, what kind of automations do I need to put out there. Okay, some of these decisions can be automated, some of them cannot. There will be some cases where you are making decisions based on intuition. मुझे लगता है कि ये ठीक है या नहीं है. Intuitive knowledge.
Human does.
That is what human does. Correct. There are rule based decisions. Rule based को रोबोटिक प्रोसेस ऑटोमेशन और वो सब चीजों में ऑटोमेट कर दिया है. एनीथिंग दैट गोज बाय रूल इज ऑटोमेटेड. दैट इज आउट ऑफ द विंडो राइट. इंट्यूटिव डिसीजन मेकिंग में भी अ पार्ट ऑफ इट हैज बीन डन, क्योंकि आप एआई मॉडल्स यूज करके कर लेते हो डिसीजन मेकिंग भी टू अ सर्टेन एक्सटेंट, बट यू स्टिल डू नॉट वांट टू गिव कंप्लीट कंट्रोल. क्योंकि प्रॉब्लम क्या होता है, जो बोइंग 737 में हो रहा था, वो पायलट ऊपर करने की कोशिश कर रहा है प्लेन को, वो नोज डाइव कर रहा है. दैट वाज अ सिस्टम ओवरराइडिंग अ ह्यूमन. क्लासिक केस है. द एंड रिजल्ट इज अ डिजास्टर. You at any given system you have to have a provision की मैनुअल इंटरवेंशन करके आप उसको ह्यूमन कंट्रोल में वापस लेके आ सकते. उसमें डिजास्टर यह था कि लोगों को ये ट्रेन नहीं किया गया था कि उसको ओवरराइड कैसे करना है.
मॉडल को ट्रेन नहीं किया था कि ओवरराइड
जो भी सिस्टम था, जो भी सिस्टम था उसको ओवरराइड करने के लिए कहीं पे भी एक्सेप्शन हैंडलिंग आपको चाहिए. Whenever you define a decision making point, you have to have a mechanism where a human intervention can come in and override it on need basis. So I will now take a step back and say we will probably go from a rule based automation to a policy based automation. The difference is very subtle, बट बहुत बड़ा डिफरेंस आ जाता है कि डिसीजन मेकिंग किस बेसिस पे होता है. पॉलिसी इज अ जजमेंट बेस्ड थिंग, राइट. पॉलिसीज वो होती हैं जो अपने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में लिखी रहती हैं. इट डजंट से कि हमें रोड क्रॉस फुटपाथ से करना है. इट सेज कि लोगों को ड्राइव ठीक से करना है. आप दूसरे पे जिम्मेदारी, राइट. ब्लेमिंग इज वन एस्पेक्ट ऑफ इट. आपकी जिम्मेदारियां लिखी हुई हैं कि आपको क्या करना है. ये आपको व्हाट इज द प्राइम एसेंस दैट इज टू बी यूज्ड फॉर मेकिंग डिसीजंस, दैट इज पॉलिसी. रूल्स आर एग्जैक्ट रूल्स. टेक अ लेफ्ट टर्न फ्रॉम हियर. अभी थोड़े दिन पहले कुछ वीडियो चल रहा था कि वो जीपीएस बिहार में गाड़ी गई और वो कंप्लीट नहीं था, वो पीछे गिरा. अब वो रूल फॉलो कर रहा है वो कि वो यहाँ पे रास्ता है. अभी हम लोग के घर के पास में देयर इज अ वन वे, घर के बिल्कुल बिल्डिंग के सामने. आधे टैक्सी ड्राइवर्स वन वे के पहले रुक जाते हैं बिकॉज दे आर नॉट फॉलोइंग व्हाट इज बीइंग टोल्ड टू देम, बिकॉज देयर इज अ ह्यूमन इंटरवेंशन इन्वॉल्वड. उनको मालूम है सामने बोर्ड लिखा हुआ है वन वे है, हम लोग नहीं जाने. आधे लोग चले जाते हैं. Those are the kind of dilemmas that you will get now. Data sanity. अब उसमें सबसे बड़ा सवाल ये आता है, अगर उबर टैक्सी वाले को गलत डायरेक्शन दिखा रहा है, फाइन किसको लगना चाहिए, उबर को लगना चाहिए या टैक्सी वाले को?
उबर को.
क्यों? सो व्हाट, सामने बोर्ड तो लगा हुआ है ना, टैक्सी वाले को देखना है ना वो भी.
पर केसेस में अगर हम देखें तो वो कंपनीज के ऊपर ही केसेस होते हैं ड्राइवर से.
मेरे सामने पुलिस वाला पावती काट के टैक्सी वाले को ही देता है. एंड बाय द वे, मैं बहुत सारे टैक्सी वालों से बात कर चुका हूँ, बोलते हैं हमारे पास कोई मैकेनिज्म नहीं है फीडबैक देने का ऊपर कि यहाँ पे बन गए. आई हैव ट्वीटेड on this point. I have tagged Nitin Gadkari and the PMO, but I have not got a response back saying कि क्या है, because it is a grey line, and that is the kind of grey lines that you will get even more as we go ahead. सिस्टम एक डिसीजन दे रहा है, ह्यूमन एक और डिसीजन ले रहा है. जिम्मेदारी किसकी है, अकाउंटेबिलिटी किसकी है? I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. और इसमें एक और अभी खिचड़ी में नया मसला लगाते हैं। उबर ने अगर अजोर का AI यूज किया ये राउट डिफाइन करने के लिए, अज्यूमिंग उबर छोटा कंपनी है, उसने अजोर का सर्विसेज यूज किया टू डिफाइन कि ये होना चाहिए। गूगल का सर्विसेज चलो बेस्ट, गूगल मैप्स यूज किया उसने, ठीक है, और राउट बताया। प्रॉब्लम ड्राइवर की है, जो सर्विस प्रोवाइड कर रहा है उसकी है, गूगल की है, या फिर गूगल बोलेगा नहीं मेरे को डेटा इसने दिया है। ओनरशिप किसकी है? Who will take accountability if there's an accident?
गूगल तो नहीं लेगा फर्स्ट डेटा देने वाला
बिकॉज एंटिटीज जो डिफाइंड है कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के अंदर उनको अभी उनका आइडेंटिटी नहीं है एक्चुअली। इफ वी गो इन दैट द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन इज नॉट गिवन, उसको एक है ऐसा अस्तित्व है उसका, अभी तक ये नहीं है।
So now you are getting into a realm where it says we have to redefine our rules to identify and accept कि जो सर्विसेज दे रहा है और उसके पीछे जो AI का सर्विसेज दे रहा है और उसके पीछे जो डेटा दे रहा है, सबकी अकाउंटेबिलिटी लिनिएज स्टैब्लिश होनी चाहिए और अकाउंटेबिलिटी शुड लाई विद दैट। नाउ दिस इज आल्सो एन ओपन एरिया वेयर टेररिस्ट अटैक कैन हैपन। आपके घर में हो सकता है बच्चों को कंटेंट दिया जा रहा है, होता है YouTube में वो कौन सा बेबी सॉन्ग है, दैट इज द मोस्ट व्यूड कंटेंट, बार बार फीड कर करके इट हैज साइकोलॉजिकल इम्पैक्ट, इट हैज ह्यूज इम्पैक्ट ऑन ग्रोथ एंड डेवलपमेंट। जिम्मेदारी उठा रहा है क्या गूगल यूट्यूब के थ्रू? नहीं लेता। इसीलिए अकाउंटेबिलिटी जो लिनिएज अपन बात कर रहे थे वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। यस, सो द डेटा प्लेटफॉर्म का पर्पस ये है कि आप पूरा सिस्टम बनाओ, स्केलेबल बनाओ, उसमें लिनिएज आएगा, ओनरशिप आएगा, सिक्योरिटी आएगा कि किसका डेटा किसका है। अनलेस यू हैव मीन्स टू डिफाइन विच डेटा बिलोंग्स टू whom, और आज के डेट में आफ्टर दैट रशिया वॉर दैट हैज स्टार्टेड, localization of data has become even more important. इलन मस्क ने उठा के अपना गाड़ी बंद कर दिया रशिया में जितने थे। अब उसमें लोग किस बेसिस पे करने वाले हैं अटैक वापस? मैंने तो इतना पैसा देके खरीद लिया गाड़ी, अब मेरे को सर्विसेज नहीं मिलने वाला है। So localization of data is another aspect that will come through this, right? So your data, where is it hosted? Who has access to it? Who has ownership of it? Where is it being used? How it is being consumed? These are all the questions that are answered by a data platform. It is not a perfect science, but it is a design that you get into. That is what it effectively means. Marketing में कितना data use करता है? You probably know better than any of these. बहुत डेटा मिलता है, तो उसको कैसे यूज करते हैं, कैसे मिसयूज करते हैं, वो भी है। ठीक है, सो अवेलेबिलिटी, स्केलेबिलिटी, और कितना ज्यादा वॉल्यूम ऑफ डेटा है, कैसे स्केल करेंगे, कैसे उसको अवेलेबल करेंगे, कैसे सिक्योरली करेंगे। देन द क्वेश्चन अराइजेस कि कोलैबोरेट करके कैसे म्यूचुअली साथ में मिलके उसको कंज्यूम करना है। ऑल दोस एस्पेक्ट्स विल आल्सो कम। सो लेट्स गो टू द नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। Has anybody seen any architecture of this sort, और कहीं देखा है कुछ by any means, or I will go into details of this if you're interested. देखा है? You've seen?
Not practically, but in SDFS, GFS, NFS we have.
Anybody else has seen? Okay, so बहुत सिंपल तरीके से अपन इसको देखते हैं। अभी जो अपन बात कर रहे थे वॉल्यूम ऑफ डेटा कितने स्पीड से आ रहा है, आज के डेट में क्या कर रहे हैं अपन? एवरीथिंग दैट इज प्रोसेसिंग डेटा, उसको सेंट्रलाइज एक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर बिल्ड कर लेते हैं क्लाउड में जैसे, राइट? हम लोग उस पर पॉलिसीज डिप्लॉय करेंगे कि कैसे उसको गवर्न करना है। किसी भी कंपनी में there can be 50 applications that are there can be 50, 60, 100, 200, कितने भी होंगे. But we will create a centralized data platform which can be used by every application and every ecosystem that is there so that we get cost efficiency. So at an enterprise or an organization level पे हम एक common infrastructure build करते हैं with common set of policies and we expose it to the IT systems and also to the business. Marketing हो गया, CRM हो गया, सब लोगों को अपन एक ही प्लेटफॉर्म देते हैं जिसमें आप सब डेटा के साथ खेल सकते हो. समझ में आया सबको क्या है डेटा प्लेटफॉर्म? एक कॉमन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सेटअप जिसपे सब डेटा होस्ट करने की कोशिश करेंगे अपन लोग. दैट डज नॉट मीन कि हर एप्लीकेशन के पास खुद का डेटाबेस नहीं होगा, वो अपना डेटाबेस सब लोग रखेंगे, राइट? बट जो सेंट्रलाइज्ड मैकेनिज्म होगा वो एक होगा. पहले क्या होता था एक जमाने में, वो बीआई या वेयरहाउसिंग का बनाते थे, वो रिपोर्टिंग के लिए खाली यूज होता था. सबने अपना अपना डेटा एक एक एप्लीकेशन में बनाया और उसके बाद रात को रोज एक बैच जॉब लेकर उसको भेज दिया और उसको रिपोर्ट जनरेट किया उसमें से. दैट इज हाउ इट यूज्ड टू वर्क अर्लियर. फिर सुबह सुबह सबको अपना एक रिपोर्ट मिलेगा कि कल सेल कितना हुआ, राइट? जनरली वो दिन के बाद पूरा रात को प्रोसेसिंग करने के बाद सब कुछ करने के बाद नेक्स्ट डे मॉर्निंग यहाँ पे अटेंडेंस का भी ऐसे ही हालत होगा. रोज सुबह मिलेगा कि कल किसने अटेंड किया, क्या क्या किया. रियल टाइम में कुछ नहीं होने वाला है. सॉरी मैं रियल टाइम बोल रहा हूँ, नहीं पता चलने वाला है.
थैंक यू.
बैच प्रोसेसिंग होता है. क्यों बैच प्रोसेसिंग करते हैं? क्योंकि सस्ता पड़ता है. रात को कोई सिस्टम पे काम नहीं करता है तो रात को वो सिस्टम चलाने का और उसको प्रोसेस करने का डेटा को. सेम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है. वो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर दिन के टाइम पे डेटा कैप्चर करने के लिए यूज करने का है, रात को हम लोग यूज करेंगे सेम सेटअप को एनालिसिस करने के लिए. तो अपने को ज्यादा पैसा देने की जरूरत नहीं है. अगेन कॉस्ट एफिशिएंसी के लिए कर रहे हैं. सेम रिसोर्सेज को दिन के टाइम पे अलग काम करेंगे, रात को अलग काम कराने वाले हैं, राइट? तो अपने पास डेटा सोर्स करने के लिए अलग अलग तरीके होने वाले हैं. स्ट्रीमिंग होगा, एपीआई होगा और बैच होगा. एवरीबडी अंडरस्टैंड्स दीस थ्री टर्म्स. स्ट्रीमिंग मतलब कंटिन्यूस, जैसे वो लाइव स्टॉक आता है अपना सीएनबीसी और वो सब पे रेट्स स्टॉक मार्केट का, दैट इज स्ट्रीमिंग. एपीआई इज व्हेन ऑन डिमांड आप कॉल कर रहे हो. बैच में मतलब दिन में एक बार आएगा. लेकिन अब बैच का क्या होता है, दिन में एक बार आने में बहुत प्रॉब्लम होती है क्योंकि इतना सारा डेटा है, साथ में प्रोसेस करोगे. सो अब लोगों ने क्या किया, बैच को माइक्रो बैचेस में कन्वर्ट करते हैं. छोटे छोटे चंक्स में, हर 15 मिनट में एक भेज दिया, आधे घंटे में एक भेज दिया, 1 घंटे में भेज दिया. ब्रेक इट डाउन इनटू स्मॉलर चंक्स and then send that across. तो उसमें एडवांटेज क्या होता है कि आपको अगर प्रोसेस करना है तो छोटा प्रोसेस कर करके कंज्यूम कर सकते हो. अगेन ऑप्टिमाइज करना है रिसोर्सेज, ज़्यादा बड़ा वॉल्यूम नहीं आएगा. आपने 10 टेराबाइट की जगह पे 50-100 MB के मल्टीपल फाइल्स धीरे 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 करके भेजते रहते. नेटवर्क का भी कंजम्पशन ज़्यादा नहीं होगा उसमें. और सबसे बड़ी बात क्या होती है, यू कीप ऑन गेटिंग द डेटा थ्रू आउट द डे. वो दैट इज एज गुड एज योर इलेक्शन का जैसे काउंटिंग होता है. एक एक मशीन लिया, उसको काउंट किया, नेक्स्ट 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 नेक्स्ट. दोज आर माइक्रो बैचेस. इसीलिए आपको वो थोड़ी थोड़ी देर के बाद वो नंबर चेंज होते हुए दिखता रहता है. एक फेज हो गया, दूसरा फेज हो गया, तीसरा फेज हो गया, राइट? सो दैट इज टिपिकली हाउ यू विल गेट फॉर ईच मशीन यू गेट वन बैच, राइट? HDFS का आप बोल रहे थे. कैन यू एक्सप्लेन व्हाट you have understood so far in HDFS or what you can relate to this architecture? उसके बाद में फिर अपन आगे लेके जाते हैं उसको.
This is a Hadoop distributed file system. It provides a platform where you can store your file, and it's a organized way where you can store your file and you can access, you can read, you can distribute, you can distribute parallelly, you can work. Hadoop provides a platform.
How is it different from the ones that used to exist in the past? File systems तो हमेशा से रहते हैं. Everybody knows what file system is. वो तो पहले भी एग्जिस्ट करते थे, फाइल्स पहले भी एग्जिस्ट करते हैं, अभी भी एग्जिस्ट करते हैं. हाउ इज इट डिफरेंट?
FDP is used for parallel execution, where we use map reduce programming and all.
So basically, in simple words क्या है, अपन लोग across different systems cluster बना के उसको common shared resources बना के दे रहे हैं. क्लाउड में भी वही किया और कुछ नहीं. राइट वो जो S3 बकेट बोलते हैं, उन लोगों ने टन्स ऑफ हार्ड डिस्क लगा के एक पूरा वॉल्यूम बना के आपको दे दिया है कि भाई इसमें से मैं इसको चंक्स में डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करके देता हूँ. अब आप उसको चंक्स कैसे डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करते हो वो सॉफ्टवेयर के बेसिस पे आप प्रोग्रामेटिकली कर सकते हो. दैट इज द एडवांटेज यू गेट इन क्लाउड. पहले क्या करना पड़ता था कि मैन्युअली बैठ के उसमें ये अलग अलग पार्टीशन क्रिएट करो, उसके बाद उसको अलग अलग को एलोकेट करो. इन दिस केस यू कैन एक्चुअली डू दैट थ्रू अ प्रोग्राम एंड ऑटोमेशंस कैन बी डन वेरी इजीली. राइट तो S3 इफेक्टिवली S3 बोल दो या अजूर में स्टोरेज अकाउंट बोल दो, उस सब में एक ही लेवल का कैपेबिलिटी आपको दे रहा है. बट उसमें एक एडवांटेज ये देता है कि प्रोग्रामेटिकली आप उसको अलोकेट भी कर सकते हो, किसको कितना एक्सेस देना है, किस चीज का एक्सेस देना है. दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. इसीलिए सिक्योरिटी इज गोइंग टू बी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. अभी जैसे अपन बात कर रहे थे कि किसी भी कंपनी में अपन कॉमन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बना दिया और उसके बाद सबको एक्सेस दे दिया. अब अगर हम सेल्स वाले डिपार्टमेंट का जो डेटा है वो दूसरे डिपार्टमेंट को अगर एक्सेस दे दिया तो यू कैन अंडरस्टैंड क्या होने वाला है. राइट क्योंकि कॉमन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है तो हम उसको सेपरेट करेंगे, कंटेनराइज करेंगे और हर एक को अपना अपना ओनरशिप दे देंगे कि बाबा ये तुम्हारा है, मार्केटिंग वाले लोग ये करने वाले हैं, सेल्स वालों का ये एरिया है, सब लोग अपना अपना डेटा अपने पास रखो. बट मैनेजमेंट विल बी कॉमन. राइट दैट इज हाउ, क्योंकि एफिशिएंसी देने वाला है अपने को पूरे सिस्टम. और एक बार आपने लोड कर लिया ये सब डेटा, पूरे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का डेटा, तो आप उसको ट्रांसफॉर्म करके कैसे भी यूज कर सकते हो फॉर पर्पसेस ऑफ गेटिंग इंफॉर्मेशन और फॉर गेटिंग नॉलेज. द एडवांटेज यू गेट आउट ऑफ दीज थिंग्स इज, क्योंकि एंटरप्राइज लेवल पे आपने पूरे कंपनी के लेवल पे एक साथ डेटा दे दिया है, अब आप उनको कोरिलेट कर सकते हो. कैसे कोरिलेट कर सकते हो? सेल्स का डेटा और आपका इन्वेंट्री का डेटा एक ही जगह पे अवेलेबल है. तो कितना सेल्स आप लोग सपोर्ट कर सकते हो, कितना आपके पास इन्वेंट्री है, कितना आपको बैकलॉग क्रिएट करना है, एक ही जगह से आप दे सकते हो. डेटा साइंटिस्ट को दो और वो लोग पैटर्न्स निकाल के आपको बताएंगे कि कितना आपको रन्स करने हैं. दैट इज द काइंड ऑफ वैल्यू दैट यू कैन क्रिएट आउट ऑफ सच डेटा प्लेटफॉर्म्स अगर आप उसको यूज करते हो इफेक्टिवली. Just a quick time check. Any questions so far? Any issues, concerns कि समझ में नहीं आया है कोई इसमें स्पेसिफिक पार्ट? बस आधा घंटा और है. So अगर आपको कोई स्पेसिफिक एरिया नहीं, कोई स्पेसिफिक एस्पेक्ट में अगर कवर करना है, क्योंकि इसके आगे क्या है बहुत और डिटेल्स हैं, which I'm not sure. Are you interested in going a bit more in details in this data platform, or you want to discuss about any other aspects of data? Detail is fine.
Because mostly we have learnt all the theory. We have never seen the use case of it, or
So,
as you said, the theory part is available everywhere.
Theory part is very much available. अब इसमें प्रॉब्लम क्या होता है ना, हम लोगों को जैसे ही हम लोग अब यूज केस लेके जाते हैं अपना बिल्ड करने, हम लोगों को सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम नाउ शेयर प्रैक्टिकली क्या होता है जब हम लोग एप्लीकेशन बना रहे हैं, प्रोडक्ट लॉन्च करने जाते हैं. इन एनी लार्ज एंटरप्राइज आपको प्रॉब्लम आने वाली है. पहले सिक्योरिटी वाले लोग आएंगे, बोलेंगे हमको सब कुछ टेस्ट करना है इसका, कहीं वल्नरेबिलिटी तो नहीं है, कहीं कुछ प्रॉब्लम तो नहीं है. वो करते करते जान निकल जाती है हम लोगों की, कितने सारे थ्रेड्स हैं. और उसमें पहले आप उसका स्टैटिक चेक करने वाले हो कोड का, कितने वल्नरेबिलिटीज कोड में है, इंडिविजुअल जो लाइब्रेरी यूज कर रहे हो उसकी वल्नरेबिलिटीज चेक होगा. उसके बाद आप चेक करोगे उसको जो होस्ट किया है ये प्लेटफॉर्म्स को, उसमें सर्टिफिकेट इंक्रिप्शन यूज किया है कि नहीं किया है? एवरीबॉडी इज फेमिलियर विद ऑल इंक्रिप्शंस दैट आर देयर, राइट? कौन से जगह पे आपने, ओके सो आई विल गिव यू प्रैक्टिकली क्या हुआ था। हम लोगों ने एक मार्केटिंग का प्लेटफॉर्म बनाया था फॉर मल्टीपल ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस टू यूज। सब कुछ बन गया, एवरीबॉडी एक्सेप्टेड इट। जब हम लोग सिक्योरिटी का अप्रूवल लेने गए, द होल प्रोजेक्ट गॉट स्क्रैप्ड, ये बोल के कि जो डिस्क जिस पे डेटा सेव होने वाला है वो एन्क्रिप्टेड नहीं है। That is the problem that you face in creating these platforms. अगर डिस्क इंक्रिप्टेड नहीं है तो वो लोग बोलते हैं कि उसमें रिस्क क्या है? बोलते हैं रिस्क ये है कि अगर डेटा सेंटर में कोई जाके डिस्क लेके आ गया, पूरा डेटा उसको मिल जाएगा।
That will be the first step, no, sir, actually.
This was around 7-8 years back.
Okay.
तो जिस डेटा सेंटर में था, वो डेटा सेंटर वाले लोग इंक्रिप्ट नहीं कर रहे थे उसको।
Nowadays, like for banking and all, that is the first step.
बैंकिंग के लिए तो अलग लेवल का है उनका रिक्वायरमेंट्स। आई एम जस्ट टेलिंग यू प्रैक्टिकली वेयर ऑल, एंड इट इज नॉट दैट इट इज बाइगॉन एरा इशू। वो जैसे सांप निकल जाता है, वो लकीर रह जाता है ना। सिक्योरिटी वाले लोग हर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में, किसी भी बैंक में चले जाओ, वो फिर भी पूछेंगे कि डिस्क इंक्रिप्टेड है कि नहीं। जो आप साइट एपीआई एक्सपोज कर रहे हो, HTTPS है कि नहीं है? सर्टिफिकेट कौन दे रहा है आपको? इशू कौन कर रहा है? प्री रिक्विजिट है वो। बट प्रॉब्लम क्या हो जाता है ना, इतने सारे सिक्योरिटी रिक्वायरमेंट्स हैं, जब तक आप उस सबको कंप्लाई करोगे तो आपका बेसिक फंक्शनलिटी बिल्ड करने वाला जो रिक्वायरमेंट रहता है उसको तो भूल के आप वैसे पकड़ के बैठ जाते हो। यार मेरा जो रिक्वायरमेंट था वो तो कहीं और निकल गया पूरा। अभी इसमें प्राइवेसी का ऐड नहीं किया मैंने। प्राइवेसी के क्या चैलेंजेस होते हैं आप लोगों को पता है? एनीवन फेमिलियर विद प्राइवेसी इश्यूज? यू शुड बी। मार्केटिंग प्राइवेसी इज अ वेरी बिग इशू। सो देयर इज अ रेगुलेशन, डेटा प्राइवेसी का रेगुलेशन, खासकर यूके यूरोप में बहुत ज्यादा प्रेवलेंट है। PII बोलते हैं पर्सनल आइडेंटिफाइबल इंफॉर्मेशन। आपका नाम, there are sensitive informations that you cannot share without consent. You can share, but without consent you cannot do anything because you can identify individual people. तो जब हम लोग वो टेलीकॉम वाले में देख रहे थे तो वहाँ पे पहला काम ये देखना पड़ता था कि वो क्या चीज़ है जो PII है इसमें। हम लोगों के केस में आ रहा था मोबाइल नंबर। मोबाइल नंबर के बेसिस में आइडेंटिफाई कर सकता हूँ कि कौन है वो इंसान। If there is anything that I can use to uniquely identify an individual person, especially if I'm profiling people. Profiling मतलब I'm trying to figure out what this person is actually doing. क्या क्या उसकी एक्टिविटीज हैं, क्या करता है, क्या नहीं करता है। मार्केटिंग में वो बहुत काम आता है। अगर पता चल गया कि ये इस दुकान में खरीदता है और क्या टाइप की चीजें करता है, तो वो आपको एडवर्टाइजमेंट देना शुरू कर देंगे। तो आप लोगों का प्रोफाइलिंग हो रहा है, रोज हो रहा है, और हमें पता भी नहीं है कि हमारा प्रोफाइलिंग हो रहा है, इतना ज़्यादा हो रहा है। बेस्ड ऑन व्हाट यू वॉच, अगर आप नेटफ्लिक्स या अमेजॉन प्राइम में जाके देखोगे तो आपका प्रोफाइल क्रिएट होता है।
Actually, on what we talk also, sir, when we are having a conversation, what we talk, one of that we get the things related.
What we talk से ज़्यादा एक और चीज़ होता है।
फोन पे अगर बात करें,
फोन पे बात नहीं, अभी भी ये सुन रहा है। क्योंकि हर ऐप जो है उसमें परमिशंस हैं।
Allow to access mic.
Allow to access mic 1, उसमें always, never, when the app is on, prompt me when to use. ये 4-5 ऑप्शंस देते हैं। कितने लोग ध्यान देते हैं कि किसमें करना है? अगर ऑलवेज ऑन है तो पूरे टाइम वो माइक पे सुन रहा है कि क्या हो रहा है। इसीलिए डेटा कलेक्शन इज अ प्रॉब्लम। कितनी जगह पे डेटा कलेक्शन हैज बीन डन इन द मैनर व्हिच इज अलाउड और परमिटेड। वो प्रॉब्लम है। और उसमें अगर आपका बैंक अकाउंट नंबर, आपका मोबाइल नंबर, नाम, एड्रेस ये आ गया तो पर्सनली आइडेंटिफाइबल इंफॉर्मेशन आ गया आपका. यू कैन यूनिकली आइडेंटिफाई हु दिस पर्सन इज. यूरोप और यूके में बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रिक्ट हैं ये टाइप के इंफॉर्मेशन को गैदर करने के लिए. दिस इंफॉर्मेशन इज वेरी वेरी स्ट्रिक्टली गार्डेड, एटलीस्ट ऑन पेपर. रियलिटी में क्या है मेरे को आई डोंट वांट टू गेट इनटू दैट, बट बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग रेगुलेशंस हैं. उसके अलावा रेगुलेशंस ये भी है कि यूरोप से बाहर नहीं आ सकता वो इंफॉर्मेशन. सो हाउ डू यू होस्ट इट? ये आर्किटेक्चर एक जेनरिक बनाओ, प्रिंसिपल बनाओ, किस बेसिस पे इसको मॉनिटर करना है, और उसके रेप्लिका. अभी मल्टीनेशनल कंपनी है, यूरोप में एक होस्टिंग करेंगे, एक यूएस में होस्टिंग करेंगे और एक इंडिया में होस्ट करेंगे उसको. हर प्लेटफॉर्म इंडिपेंडेंट रहेगा, हर रीजन का डेटा अपने रीजन में ही रहेगा. डेटा मूव नहीं कर सकता है अपने रीजन के बाहर. क्लाउड वो एक एडवांटेज दे रहा है अपने को कि हर रीजन में सेम आर्किटेक्चर, सेम प्रिंसिपल्स लगा के हम उसको सेटअप कर सकते हैं. बट एडवांटेज क्या है? जो इनसाइट्स निकलेंगे वो अपन शेयर कर सकते हैं. इनसाइट्स और नॉलेज जो है दैट इज डिवॉइड ऑफ पर्सनल यूनिक आइडेंटिफाइबल एट्रीब्यूट्स. करेक्ट? जैसे ही वो एक लेवल ऊपर आ जाता है वी कैन शेयर अक्रॉस ऑल द रीजन्स. सो जो बड़ी कंपनियां होंगी वो सब हर रीजन में उनका एक कंपनी बना हुआ होगा, राइट? उस रीजन का होस्टिंग वहीं पे करेंगे, उसका डेटा वहीं पे होगा. एक लेवल ऊपर लेके आके एब्स्ट्रैक्ट करके नॉलेज जब लेवल पे आ जाएगा या इंफॉर्मेशन का विदाउट आइडेंटिफाइबल इंफॉर्मेशन हो जाता है, देन दे स्टार्ट एग्रीगेटिंग अक्रॉस रीजन्स एंड सेइंग दिस इज माय accumulated knowledge base at an organization level, right? You will not be able to do anything below that. अगर डेटा लेवल पे आप कंसोलिडेट करने की कोशिश करोगे तो आपको उठा के कंट्री से निकाल देंगे. दिस इज वेरी स्ट्रिक्ट रेगुलेशन, स्पेशली यूरोप और यूके साइड पे बहुत ज्यादा स्ट्रिक्ट है इसके लिए. उससे ज्यादा बड़ा प्रॉब्लम आता है कि उसको ऑपरेट कहां से कर सकते हो. इंडिया से तो ऑपरेट भी नहीं कर सकते हो, डेटा टच भी नहीं कर सकते हो. काम फिर भी होता है. कैसे होता है काम? ऐसे होता है कि यू हर्ड ऑफ रिमोट डेस्कटॉप. द डेटा रिमेन्स देयर, रिमोटली एक्सेस करके सिस्टम के थ्रू आप एक्सेस करते हो. That's how most of the BPS work happens out here. अभी भी BPS में बहुत काम होता है, राइट? किस चीज का काम होता है? जो डिसीजन मेकिंग आप बोल रहे थे वो वाला काम होता है, एक्सेप्शन हैंडलिंग का काम होता है. Still the systems are having so much discrepancy in data. I personally have been involved in multiple projects which are there for data discrepancy or data quality. इतना गंदा डेटा है ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के पास कि आप पता नहीं कर सकते हो कि कौन सा कस्टमर क्या कर रहा है, कैसे कर रहा है. बहुत जगह पे अच्छा डेटा भी, बट आप कोरिलेट करने जाओगे तो जान निकल जाती है उसमें. बहुत जगह सिंपल चीजें हैं. ऑस्ट्रेलिया में और यूके में एक बहुत फंडामेंटल डिफरेंस है. यूके में हर बिल्डिंग का एक पिन कोड है, जिप कोड बोलते हैं या जो बोलते हैं उसका. वहां का हर बिल्डिंग का यूनिक आइडेंटिफायर आधार के जैसे है, राइट? अपने यहाँ पे भी अभी आ गया है उसका एक इक्विवेलेंट. हर बिल्डिंग का, हर स्ट्रक्चर का एक यूनिक आइडेंटिफायर नंबर. उसके बेसिस पे क्या होता है? एड्रेस बिकम्स, वेरिफिकेशन बिकम्स वेरी इजी. केवाईसी करना, राइट? तो मैं अगर बोलता हूँ कि मेरा एड्रेस ये है, तो बेस्ड ऑन दैट कोड आई कैन वेरी इजीली आइडेंटिफाई कि ये लोकेशन है इसका. ऑस्ट्रेलिया डज नॉट हैव एनीथिंग इक्विवेलेंट. तो अगर किसी का बिल्डिंग कॉर्नर पे है दो स्ट्रीट्स के, तो एड्रेस कैन बी आइदर ऑफ द टू स्ट्रीट्स, राइट? एमजी रोड है और दूसरा कोई रोड है, डीबी रोड है. दोनों के कॉर्नर पे अगर बिल्डिंग है, किसी ने सेम एड्रेस दिया डीबी रोड के हिसाब से, किसी ने एमजी रोड के हिसाब से दिया, कैसे पता चले कि सेम बिल्डिंग है? हाउ डू यू आइडेंटिफाई एंड व्हाई इज इट इम्पोर्टेंट? क्योंकि क्या होता है अभी जैसे आपको टेलीकॉम सर्विसेज या इलेक्ट्रिसिटी सर्विसेज है, आउटेज आएगा, हाउ डू यू कोरिलेट कि इस एड्रेस पे जो आया है कंप्लेंट, एक एड्रेस आया डीबी रोड का एड्रेस से कंप्लेंट आया, एक एमजी रोड का एड्रेस से कंप्लेंट आया, कंप्लेंट एक ही है, बिल्डिंग में इलेक्ट्रिसिटी नहीं है. हाउ डू यू आइडेंटिफाई बोथ द कंप्लेंट्स आर द सेम कंप्लेंट और डिफरेंट कंप्लेंट्स? कोरिलेट कैसे करोगे डेटा? बिल्डिंग में अगर पावर गया, दो लोग रहते हैं बिल्डिंग में, दोनों ने कंप्लेंट किया, अगर आपके पास कोई तरीका नहीं है ये आइडेंटिफाई करने का कि ये दोनों एक ही बिल्डिंग से कर रहे हैं कॉल, आप दो लोगों को भेजोगे प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने के लिए, आपका डबल खर्चा आने वाला है. होना एक ही चाहिए. यू हैव टू आइडेंटिफाई कि इट इज द सेम बिल्डिंग, सेम कंप्लेंट, एक आदमी को भेजो, वो पूरे बिल्डिंग में काम करके आ जाएगा. दिस इज वेयर डेटा एक्चुअली किल्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. कहीं पे आप सर्विसेज दे सकते हो, कहीं पे नहीं दे सकते हो, कनेक्टिविटी आपका है कि नहीं है पता नहीं. हाउ डू यू वेरीफाई इफ आई कैन गिव सर्विसेज ऑफ इलेक्ट्रिसिटी? ये टाटा पावर है, कहीं पे वो दे सकता है, कहीं नहीं दे सकता है, किसी किसी बिल्डिंग में उसके पास नहीं होगा कनेक्टिविटी, कैसे पता चले? बेसिकली इट कम्स अंडर KYC काइंड ऑफ verification kind of activities. That is where data becomes a killer, and that is where BPS services are big. क्योंकि क्या है, human intervention can actually solve this problem. It can identify कि ये बिल्डिंग है, कॉमन है. इसीलिए अभी भी human interventions are still there. Decision making is still not fully automated, क्योंकि अगर वो automate कर दोगे तो cost will just go out of the roof. इसीलिए अभी भी बैंक का KYC, हम लोगों ने खुद ने वी वर इन्वॉल्व इन अ प्रोजेक्ट वेयर KYC का पूरा फुल्ली ऑटोमेटेड करने का बात निकला था, बाद में बंद हो गया उसका. क्योंकि उसमें क्या होता है, KYC किस बेसिस पे होता है? आपका पैन कार्ड होता है, आधार कार्ड होता है, किसी के पास का वो दोनों नहीं है. कौन सा केस है? NRI है. कोई खेड़ा गांव में है जिसके पास कुछ भी नहीं है, खाली कोई DM के तरफ से कोई एक लेटर दिया हुआ है या कुछ ये है, सम फॉर्म ऑफ पेपर इज देयर. शेड्यूल्ड ट्राइब्स जो एकदम रिमोट जंगल में है, उन लोगों के पास कोई पेपर नहीं. हाउ डू यू डू वेरिफिकेशन फॉर सच पीपल? सो again, going back to the original point that we started with, when you are trying to create an image of, digital image of the real life, the problems are huge. इसीलिए digitization में बहुत सारे issues आते हैं, because there will always be different views that will be created of this. और practically जान निकल जाती है इसको. आप लोग आधार में इन्वॉल्व हुए होंगे कि आपका आधार जब बनाने गए, एक बार दिया, फिर बैठ के ट्रैक करते रहो, बना नहीं बना. आजकल बच्चों का तो बहुत आसान है, जब पैदा होते हैं तभी उसका रजिस्ट्रेशन हो जाता है. जब पहली बार आधार बनना शुरू हुआ था, मेरा खुद का ऐसा हुआ था कि आधार मैंने सबमिट किया, डेटा वो कहाँ गया पता भी नहीं है, फिर उसके बाद वापस एक बार जाके बनाना पड़ा. तो डेटा इज लॉस्ट या डेटा चोरी हो जाता है. अब वो किसी ने मेरा बायोमेट्रिक अगर चोरी कर लिया तो फिर मैं क्या करूँ? That's a different story altogether. That's a different discussion. So going back, अपना जो ये आर्किटेक्चर है, इसमें you will have storage, you will have processing, compute अलग कर दिया है, storage अलग कर दिया है, and you are trying to optimize all the resources in one single place, where you can actually store all the data in one place. Processing को isolate कर दिया. पहले जो databases रहते थे वो storage और आपका जो कंप्यूटर रहता था वो एक ही मशीन में रहता था, राइट? अभी अपन ने उसको सेग्रीगेट कर दिया. The storage is out and your processing is separate. And finally you expose it using batch or APIs to machine learning or to BI or to applications for consumption purposes. Right? उसके ऊपर से we've been talking about data governance and observability. Observability जो इसमें है वो that is talking about lineage of data की कहाँ से generate हुआ और कहाँ पे consume हुआ. उसके बीच में अगर कोई बैच प्रोसेस या कोई प्रॉब्लम अगर आ गया तो हाउ डू यू एक्चुअली ट्रैक इट, हाउ डू यू रिजॉल्व दोज इश्यूज दैट आर देयर. बेसिकली मॉनिटरिंग जो बोलते हैं, सिस्टम्स मॉनिटरिंग या वो, दैट इज व्हाट ऑब्जर्वेबिलिटी इज फॉर दीज थिंग्स, राइट? सो दिस इज द ओवरऑल स्ट्रक्चर दैट इज देयर. कैन यू गो टू नेक्स्ट थिंग? I think we've covered this. Okay, another important problem that we keep on facing. Sorry, I'm only going to talk about problems that we are facing. Hopefully that is okay with everyone.
Yes.
पहले क्या होता था? Everything used to happen in a SQL world. RDBMS का चल रहा था. उसमें problems क्या आती हैं आप लोगों को पता है? What are the problems that you face in an RDBMS world? उसमें प्रॉब्लम ये रहता था कि अगर हम लोगों को कोई नया पैरामीटर ऐड करना है तो टेबल का स्ट्रक्चर हमको नया ऐड करना पड़ेगा, उसको फिर वो डेटा प्रोपोगेट करने के लिए, नया रिलीज के लिए बहुत सारे इश्यूज आते हैं. सो नो सीक्वल स्टार्टेड कमिंग आउट. अभी प्रॉब्लम उल्टा हो जाता है. अभी प्रॉब्लम ये है क्योंकि नो सीक्वल है, अगर फाइल बेस्ड मैंने डेटाबेस यूज किया है, एवरीबडी हैज एक्सेस टू इंट्रोड्यूस न्यू पैरामीटर्स टू द डेटाबेस. पूरा फ्री फॉर ऑल लगा हुआ है. एक ही डेटा के 4 जगह पे अलग अलग पैरामीटर बने हुए हैं. एक प्रोसेस में एक नाम से जानते हैं, दूसरे प्रोसेस में दूसरे नाम से जानते हैं, तीसरे प्रोसेस में तीसरे नाम से. दैट इज अ नाइटमेयर टुडे. मेरे खुद के प्रोजेक्ट में चल रहा है. सो प्रॉब्लम कहाँ आता है? अनलेस यू पुट एफिशिएंट वेज एंड मीन्स टू एक्चुअली मेक श्योर that there is a single unified data model that you can monitor and manage and maintain, you will get into trouble with no SQL. It is very powerful. It gives you all the freedom, लेकिन with great power also comes great responsibility. तो responsibility कौन लेने वाला है? वहाँ पे तकलीफ आ जाती है. So you need tools. You need capabilities for doing data governance from that perspective. कि data model आपको uniquely identify करके so that there is no duplication of parameters that are there. और अगर parameters duplicate हो जाते हैं तो data inconsistency आना शुरू हो जाता है. Data quality becomes a nightmare for everyone. फिर आप कितने भी models बना लो, junk in junk out, all the problems will continue from there. Right? Okay. From a technology perspective, I think we've already talked about it. All clouds give you different capabilities that are there. S3 buckets are there, इसका equivalent हर cloud में available है. These kinds of mappings can be very easily done and you can figure out. This 20 more minutes. Any specific topic that you want or any questions that you have?
How ethics plays role in this big data? That's very detailed. Much into that.
So ethics comes in multiple ways actually. It will go back to your data that is being used to train the model. I will not talk about big data as such, but more from a AI world it will come into picture. There are two aspects to it. One, आपने कौन से डेटा के बेसिस पे मॉडल को ट्रेन किया है. If it is biased data, it will always give decisions in a specific direction, right? Which we want to avoid. Does that address part of your problem? It depends on who's training it, what data are they using, is the data biased in any manner. If it is biased, then there is a possibility that the model will behave in a particular manner. And then the question that we talked about, who's accountable for those decisions that are. So ethics in this AI world is a different paradigm altogether. It is not going to be as simple as the ethics that were there in the past. Because accountability किसकी है, कौन decision ले रहा है, कौन उसकी जिम्मेदारी लेने वाला है, it is not a very clear, isolated area that is there. कौन से डेटा के बेसिस पे आप ट्रेन कर रहे हो, क्या उसका रिजल्ट आने वाला है। स्पेशली बहुत जगह पे क्या अभी यूएस वगैरह में क्या हो रहा था, यू आर टेकिंग चॉइसेस। ओके, एग्जांपल क्या होता है मार्केटिंग वगैरह में, अगर आप ले रहे हो यू कैन टेक ओपिनियंस फ्रॉम पीपल। ओके, अगर आपने ज़्यादा मेन से लिया ओपिनियन, लेस नंबर ऑफ लेडीज आर गिवन ओपिनियन, सो द मॉडल विल बी ट्रेन्ड ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ what men are thinking. Reverse can also happen. Depends on what do you want to use those models for. आपका टारगेट ऑडियंस क्या है, you have to target that specific set. अगर आपने नॉन टारगेटेड ऑडियंस से ओपिनियन लिया और फिर आपने मॉडल को ट्रेन किया तो आपका यूज केस भी बेकार हो जाएगा। That's another thing. See, the problem is अगर आप राइट ऑडियंस को टारगेट कर रहे हो तो ठीक है। अगर आपने ऐसे टारगेट ऑडियंस को चूज किया, एग्जांपल होगा मैं चाय और कॉफी नहीं पीता हूँ, आप मेरे से आके सर्वे लोगे कि कौन सी कॉफी आपको पसंद है। ऐसे 10 लोगों से पूछ लिया कि कौन सी कॉफी पसंद है, मैं ब्लैंकेट कुछ तो दे दूंगा। वो डेटा जंक है, जो मॉडल ट्रेन होगा वो भी जंक होगा। इससे अच्छा कैफे कॉफी डे के बाहर चेक करोगे, इट इज जेन्युइन डेटा। सो कहाँ से डेटा कलेक्ट हो रहा है, किस पर्पज से यूज हो रहा है। आज के डेट में मेनी प्लेसेस देयर आर वार्निंग्स रिटन कि दिस इज AI जनरेटेड डेटा, डू नॉट यूज दिस डेटा फॉर पर्पसेस ऑफ लीगल हेल्थ केयर के केसेस में और XYZ के केस में नहीं यूज करना है, बिकॉज इट मे हैव इम्प्लीकेशंस ऑन पीपल्स लाइव्स। दैट इज वेयर ethics and other aspects are going to. We have to give warnings. This is AI generated. We cannot use it for specific cases. It is only allowed for limited amount of scenarios that are there. That is where the whole challenges are going to come. और उसके बाद फिर क्वेश्चन उठता है कि दिस इज समवेयर वेयर लीगल एस्पेक्ट्स विल रियली स्टार्ट टेकिंग कि AI डेटा आप किस पर्पस के लिए यूज कर सकते हो, कहाँ नहीं यूज कर सकते हो, हु इज द ओनर ऑफ द मॉडल, व्हाट काइंड ऑफ लायबिलिटीज आर देयर। अभी ओपन सोर्स पे तो अपन गए नहीं, मेनी ऑफ केसेस ओपन सोर्स जो होता है लोग लीक कर देते हैं और उसके बाद फिर क्लेम करते हैं कि ये मेरा कोड है। आज के डेट में ऐसा कोई कोड नहीं है जो लिखा नहीं है किसी ने। You can very easily get the LLM to create that. So there is also an ethical aspect that is going on कि अगर आपने LLM यूज करके कोड जनरेट किया तो वो आपका कोड है, who's the owner of that? अगर उसने कोई ऐसा लाइब्रेरी यूज किया जो कि ओनरशिप किसी और का है, in that scenario किसकी लाइबिलिटी है, who will pay for that consumption? Those are another set of angles that are coming through with the use of LLM and AI. Correct? So those are a different set of problems that are always there. So you need to define the usage of LLM in a specific limit, and you need to have checks and balances. And that is why, going back to the point that the knowledge of what constraints have to be put on the usage of these LLMs is very important. Unless you know what is permitted, what is not permitted, if you use these data and you use these models, it becomes a nightmare. You can end up with very severe consequences that are there. You can have बड़े organizations के लिए तो it becomes a huge liability at places. You're exposing a huge risk. तो हम लोगों को डंडा मार के हम लोगों को बोलते हैं ये नहीं कर सकते, ये कर सकते, ये नहीं कर सकते. It is a pain. But the students have to understand that this is what is possible, this is what is not possible. Technology is going to give you all possible capabilities. Problem ये है कि उसको किस तरीके से यूज करना है. That is where the definition of legality will change with these new technologies coming. Ownership of patents किसका है? It's a nightmare. जिसका डेटा है उसका ओनरशिप है, जो कंटेंट बन रहा है। आज के डेट में पायरेसी इज बिकमिंग अ मेजर इशू। LLM यूज करके अगेन डेटा अगर आपका यूज करते हो, म्यूजिक के रिकॉर्ड्स यूज किए उसमें, म्यूजिक कंपोज करके दिया उसमें, ओनरशिप किसका है? Who owns that content that is there? Training किसका है? Sorry if I'm deviating from the whole topic, but these are another set of ethical or legal or whatever you want to call it, those issues that keep on coming with newer set of technologies. Any other questions? Problems that you feel?
How this big data be helping in healthcare?
Healthcare, बहुत सारा काम हो सकता है। So I was personally involved in some cases where जो आपका ड्रग डिस्कवरी होता है, this was prior to COVID, ड्रग डिस्कवरी, वैक्सीन डिस्कवरी होता है, there is a whole lot of paperwork that happens in that. उनको multiple trials run करने पड़ते हैं, right? उसके लिए multiple cases में आपको medical reports देने पड़ते हैं, right? You have to try and say 100 different. If there is a specific drug or a vaccine that is created, you do a trial. 100 पेशेंट से आपने ट्राई किया, हर एक पेशेंट का आपको रिपोर्ट लेना है, उसको एनालाइज करना है और उसको असेस करके फाइनल एक रिपोर्ट बनाना है। अब प्रॉब्लम क्या होता है, जो 100 पेशेंट हैं सब एक जगह पे नहीं होते, you have to try it in different areas as well. एक जगह पे ट्राई किया तो डेटा जो अपन प्रॉब्लम हो रही थी कि बायस हो सकता है कि एक स्पेसिफिक हॉस्पिटल में अगर आपने ट्राई किया तो पोटेंशियली कैन बी बायस्ड, यू ट्राई इट इन डिफरेंट प्लेसेस। नाउ दिस इज अ प्रॉब्लम यू ऑल वुड हैव फेस्ड। जो मेडिकल रिपोर्ट आपकी आती है, ब्लड रिपोर्ट आती है, हर रिपोर्ट का फॉर्मेट अलग अलग है। पैरामीटर्स जिस फॉर्मेट में देते हैं वो अलग है, कोई मिलीग्राम में देगा, कोई माइक्रोग्राम्स में देगा, कोई ग्राम्स में देगा, यूनिट अलग है, डेटा अलग है। हाउ डू यू कंसोलिडेट ऑल ऑफ देम इनटू वन सिंगल वे एंड देन ट्राई एंड एक्सपर्टाइज द होल प्रोसेस ऑफ एनालाइजिंग, असेसिंग एंड जनरेटिंग अ रिपोर्ट। दिस इज वन प्लेस वेयर आई वाज इन्वॉल्वड। You try and use all these capabilities to expedite the process overall. Actual research work होगा उसमें तो अलग ही set of scenarios आने वाले हैं। But again वहाँ पे problem होने वाला है कि उनके पास डेटा कितना अवेलेबल है। अभी एग्जांपल बताता हूँ, अपन लोग इतने सारे लोग फ्री मेडिकल चेकअप के कैंप्स में जाते हैं, राइट? सब लोग कंडक्ट करते हैं, कितना डेटा उन लोग को मिल रहा है, राइट? उसमें फिर आप बोलते हो कि मुझे ये प्रॉब्लम है, ये प्रॉब्लम है, ये प्रॉब्लम है, सो दे गेट ऑल दैट डेटा। उसके बेसिस पे वो लोग फिर उसको रिवर्स इंजीनियरिंग करके बताने वाले कि अच्छा ठीक है, ये अगर प्रॉब्लम है तो दीज आर द पैटर्न्स दैट आर देयर, राइट? सो आप रियलिस्टिकली अगर देखना शुरू करोगे तो देयर इज अ टन ऑफ यूज केसेस दैट आर अवेलेबल। योगा के बेसिस पे लोगों को क्या बेनिफिट हो रहा है, देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ वर्क दैट इज हैपनिंग ऑन दैट स्पेस, स्पेसिफिकली इंडिया में पीपल आर ट्राइंग टू प्रमोट दैट, क्योंकि इंडिया एज एन एंटिटी कैन नॉट अफोर्ड टू हैव हेल्थ केयर टू दैट एक्सटेंट। 140-50 करोड़ लोगों के लिए corrective surgeries and corrective medication is not a solution. Preventive is the only way you can survive. Preventive करने के लिए क्या करना पड़ेगा? You have to look at healthier life choices. That is why if you see, government is trying to promote yoga, government is trying to promote sports. इसीलिए वो Olympics ये वो आएगा, क्योंकि that also will become a huge industry going ahead. That's one area where you can actually promote all your children to look at. Application of whatever they are learning either in sports or in education. ये दो इंडस्ट्री बहुत ज़्यादा radically change होने वाली है। Healthcare obviously, but if you can do these things, there's a lot of progress that can actually happen. Addresses your anything else? I need to maybe wind up in another 5 minutes. If there's any specific topic that you want to discuss, we can deal with it. I don't think we can proceed too much. There's a lot more that we can get into, but उतना time नहीं है. Or should we move ahead? We can quickly glance through all the topics. एक करके slides आ रही देख लेते हैं. We talked about data quality, compliance, security, privacy, stewardship. Just stewardship, data stewardship is another thing that comes into. So this day primarily introduction. If required, we can have separate discussions on specific areas or topics that are there. Data stewardship is very painful area that is there in organizations. It is basically ownership of data. What role does individual role in an organization do with regards to data? It is under the remit of stewardship that you get the roles of CDO, Chief Data Officer. Because I think somebody said data is the new gold, right? So अगर गोल्ड है तो इतना प्रेशियस है तो कोई ओनर होगा ना उसका. You have to have a owner जो बोलेगा हाँ ये सही है डेटा, ये गलत है डेटा, ये मेरा है डेटा, ये नहीं है मेरा डेटा. Because you can also be leaking data in the organization. लोग चोरी करके लेके जा रहे हैं डेटा. How do you prevent it? How do you put controls around it? How do you ensure that the data is the latest data? How do you know whether the data is correct? So somebody has to take decisions on those basis. So there are workflows, life cycles created for managing data itself. Forget the data models and everything else. Somebody has to own the data itself and say, this is my data, this is my property. Especially जहाँ पे research और development हो रहा है, जहाँ पे operations हो रहे हैं, जिसके basis पे आप AI models train करोगे और उसको use करोगे processes में. That is very sensitive data. That is data that they have collected over years. आप Boeing ले लो, Airbus ले लो, उनके पास कितना data होगा about flight simulators जो लोग बनाते हैं, simulations करते हैं. Their core knowledge and the whole thing is that data. Somebody has to own it. I worked with a tea manufacturer, one of the largest tea manufacturers in India. तो उनके पास सालों का डेटा है कि कौन से बागान से किस महीने में कौन सा टाइप का चाय आता है, right? What quality of tea and what color of the tea will it give, what flavor of that tea will be, and what smell will it give. Those are the kind of details that they have. Now that is very sensitive data. Based on that, they can take decisions कि कब कौन सी चाय खरीदनी है मेरे को, किस बागान की चाय खरीदनी है, किस लॉट में वो आ रहा है, कहाँ पे मेरे को कितने प्राइस पे लेना है. Those are business decisions that will be taken. We had to actually work on a model which said, how do you get the best? Because I don't know how many people have realized the tea that you drink is a blended tea. It has multiple different components of tea. कुछ दाने होंगे, कुछ leaves होते हैं, कुछ sticks type होंगे. Everything has a different reason it is added out there. It is a recipe, the way they actually call it. It is a recipe to create that tea. Because the outcome has to be consistent. It has to be same color, same flavor, same taste that has to come out of it. You can have different recipes to create the same tea. How do you minimize the cost of it? By purchasing at different levels from different bagans. Now this is a optimization problem. This is not a AI prediction model. AI prediction का model होगा pricing मैं predict करूँगा over the year for different types of tea. But overall, for getting the optimal price, this is an optimization problem. So I take all that data and optimize करके मैं उसको बोलता हूँ इस price पे इस lot के लिए आप bid करो. So it is a question of applying different techniques of data processing for purposes of getting the right price. So, again, going back, stewardship is there, lineage we've already talked about it, compliance is always there. Let's go to the next slide. This is okay. We've talked about parts of this, कि कहाँ integrate होगा, किस तरह use कर सकते हैं. Collaboration is another major area where you use data, where data centers can come together, co-create, share data. By creating such data platforms, you are actually enabling innovation to happen, because you can actually expose data on will. It's just a matter of giving access to specific set of data, because it is containerized and isolated. You can give access to specific people on the fly and give means to experiment with things. That's about it. If there's any specific topic or anything that is there, we can have some follow-up sessions which I can prepare. Today I think it was more about giving an introductory thing. If anything else shared, I'd be happy to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your invaluable and highly engaging interactive session with all our participants. I hope you all enjoyed the session. Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. So this feedback is necessary, right, sir? Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for accepting our invite and giving your time and efforts and your expertise to all of our participants. Thank you so much. Yeah, we were having a superficial idea, but ins and outs we were not aware of, which we got from you today. So thank you so much, sir.
To discuss about the Article 1, which is the title was Industry 5.0 or Industry 4.0, or Introduction of Industry 4.0 and a peek into the prospective industry of 5.0 technologies. So this is the title of the paper. So we gone through this paper, and during that we find, or we try to summarize this. So during the summary we got into the introduction is showing the evolution of industry revolution, focusing on industry 4.0. Also it is explaining the emerging concepts of 5.0. Okay, this giving the glimpse of all basics technology like IoT, robotics, cloud computing, big data. Okay, so how it is helping to industry 4.0 and industry 5.0. The further part is our team member Swati madam will brief about the overview of the same.
So the overview of Industry 4.0 presented in the paper is here it highlights the key features, technologies and benefits, which includes digitalization and automation, in which the integration of digital technologies such as IoT, AI and robotics to automate and optimize production processes is presented. The second point here is about smart manufacturing, which says about the use of data analytics and AI to optimize production and improve product quality and reduce costs. Third point about Industry 4.0 benefit is cyber physical systems, which includes the integration of physical and digital systems to create a seamless interaction between the physical and digital worlds. So next, benefits about Industry 4.0 will be explained by our colleague.
Thank you, ma'am. The authors also discuss the benefit of Industry 4.0, including first is improved efficiency and productivity through automation and optimization of production processes. Second is enhanced product quality through the use of data analytics and AI to monitor and control production processes. Third one is reduce cost through the optimization of production processes and the reduction of waste.
Next is Industry 5.0, a peek into the futures. The paper introduced Industry 5.0 emphasizing human-machine collaboration, sustainability and social responsibility. The author highlights the following key aspects of Industry 5.0. First one is human-centric approach. Industry 5.0 prioritizes human well-being and skills, focusing on the development of workers' skills and the creation of a safe and healthy work environment. Second point, sustainable manufacturing. Industry 5.0 aims to reduce the environmental impact of manufacturing, promoting sustainable production method and the use of renewable energy source. Third, emerging technologies. Industry 5.0 will be driven by emerging technologies such as AR, VR, augmented reality and virtual reality, 5G networks and blockchains. So now the conclusion part will be explained by our team leader.
Okay. It is also giving the 5.0 giving enlight to the computerization, digitalization and humanizations. It is giving the challenges towards this point. Also it is giving the benefits. So it is adopting the businesses, the policymakers and researchers to give the chance to work on 5.0. That's the more inlight or further research the author has mentioned. Thank you. Thank you from us.